I'm just going to do a couple housekeeping. If I could have you all be seated, please. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Department of Transportation. My name is Erin Rampersad. I'm actually the events coordinator here. Just a couple of housekeeping things I wanted to go over. The restrooms are located directly behind you guys in the conference center. If you have any cell phones, if you could go ahead and put those on vibrate for us, that'd be great. It's also trash can receptacles behind you. If you have any drinks or trash, please make sure you utilize those. In case of an emergency, if you guys could just remain calm, stay seated. We'll have a floor warden come out. We'll direct you guys out the back door to the plaza, and we'll stay there until we get further notification. Any questions? I'll be walking around, so please enjoy your meeting.
Good morning, and on behalf of Dan Elwell, the Acting Administrator of the FAA, welcome to this 65th meeting of the Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee. We're really thrilled to be here this morning and to have such an esteemed group of members that form this newly reconstituted ComStack, whose charter was signed approximately a year ago. It's taken us just a little while to get the membership in place, but now that we are in place and established as an advisory committee, we are ready to undertake some pretty important work. But to get us started in this inaugural meeting of this group, we have a very exciting lineup of speakers this morning, and I will just note that our first speaker, Scott Pace, will probably like me to hurry this along a little bit, but Scott, with your indulgence, I thought it would be very helpful for us just to very quickly introduce ourselves. I'll start with me. I'm Dee Reimold, the Acting Deputy Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation at the FAA. And I thought it would be important to do that because not only do we have some new members on the ComStack, we have a lot of new faces both from industry and from government here and from other industries as well. So I think it would be great for us to know who's in the room. So Sharon, I'm going to put you on the spot to begin around the table, and we'll just name and organization, and over to you.
Good morning. Sharon Pinkerton, Airlines for America, and I'm happy to join you.
Former Senator David Carnes, QTAC Rock Law Firm.
Chris Hassler, Syndetics, new member to the ComStack.
Hi, I'm Deborah Factor with Ball Aerospace.
I'm Charity Reed, and President of Alconox Consulting.
Hi, I'm Jim Armour with Northrop Grumman.
Livingston Holder, Holder Aerospace.
Robbie Sabatier, United Launch Alliance.
Greg Autry, University of Southern California.
Kelvin Coleman, Acting Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation, FAA.
Mike Gould, Maxar Technologies.
Michael Lopez Alegria, MLA Space.
Chris Kunstetter, XL Catlin.
Eric Stallmer, Commercial Spaceflight Federation.
Richard Del Bello with Virgin Orbit and Virgin Galactic.
Jennifer Warren, Lockheed Martin.
Brigham McCown, Alliance for Innovation and Infrastructure.
Oscar Garcia, Interflight Global Corporation.
Good morning, Paul Danfus, SES Government Solutions.
Morning, Steve Lindsay, Sierra Nevada Corporation.
Tim Hughes with SpaceX.
Dale Nash, the Virginia Space Authority. Great. Let's go very quickly through our audience. Ravi? Will you all speak up? The acoustics are really hard in this room.
I have a solution.
There's always an engineer in the group, right? Solution.
Matt Granger, Lockheed Martin.
Rachel Roberts, British Embassy, Washington.
Mark Skinner, the Aerospace Corporation.
Diane Howard, Embry-Riddle, and the International Institute of Space Law.
Courtney Stad with Vector Launch.
Randy Sakowitz with Vector Launch.
Annalise Marceau, Department of Transportation.
David Gump, Circumspace.
Michael Kelly, Chief Engineer, FAA AST.
Suzanne Gillen, Maxar.
Daryl Pennington, ALPA.
I'm Randy Carnegie with the Airline Pilots Association.
Captain Joe DePete, the Airline Pilots Association, First VP.
Dan Thomas with NASA.
Sarah Johnson, NASA. Kelsey McBaron, Fish.
Dean Fulmer, the MITRE Corporation.
Kevin McLaughlin, NETCA.
Gary Christensen, FAA.
Mike Verga, ATO Safety.
Dwayne Freer, ATO.
Good morning, Sally Froge, FAA, Air Traffic Organization, Commercial Space Integration.
Chris Oswald, Airports Council International, North America.
Paul McGraw, Airlines for America.
Ben Berlin, FAA, AST.
Glenn Rosner, Commercial Space Transportation.
Lauren Ward, NTSB.
Heather Hallowell, GAO.
Jim Muncie, CSF.
Stuart Jackson, FAA.
Good morning, Ken Knopp, FAA Technical Center.
Good morning, Judith Ritchie, SAE International.
Chris Davenport, The Washington Post.
David Rand, U.S. Department of Transportation, Office of the Secretary of Policy.
Jackie Jackson, Air Traffic Organization, FAA.
Good morning, Jillian Pierce, Space Florida.
Good morning, Ben Pringler, White House OSTP.
Dan Murray, FAA Commercial Space.
Kelsey Gladfelter, FAA.
George Neal, Commercial Space Technologies, LLC.
Patrick Bauer, Aerospace Corporation.
Steph Earl, FAA AST.
Cameron Humphrey, Aviation Subcommittee, House of Representatives.
Stephen Singleton, NTSB, Embry-Riddle student.
And thank you all for your indulgence as we went through that introduction. I think it was important for you all to have the perspective of what a wide range of representation we have from government, from industry, and we're delighted that everyone's made the time for a pretty exciting program today. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Mike Gold, who is serving as chair of this term of the ComStack. Mike?
Thank you so much, Dee. Welcome, everyone. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to cut right to the introduction so we can hear from Dr. Pace. Scott Pace is the Executive Secretary of the National Space Council. Previously served as Director of the Space Policy Institute, George Washington University, was the Deputy Director and Acting Director of the Office of Space Commerce, also did a stint at NASA as Associate Administrator for Programs Analysis and Evaluation. Scott is no stranger to FACAS, having served as the Vice Chair for NOAA's Advisory Committee on Commercial Remote Sensing. This industry can be both a diverse and divisive place. It will come as a shock that we can disagree on many things. I'm sure we'll see some of that today. But one thing we can all agree on is the breadth and depth of Scott Pace's knowledge. That when he was announced as Space Council, I think there was uniform support. Everyone was very excited about the matchup between his incredible knowledge base and leadership of the Space Council. Scott has served as a mentor, a role model for many of us in the industry, including myself. I've been lucky to avail myself of his incredible knowledge and not pay tuition for it, because I'm cheap like that. So let's have a warm round of applause to Dr. Scott Pace.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, terrific to be here, and particularly a great facility here. One almost wouldn't think it's a government building. Yeah, this is actually really pretty nice. And so I think that going forward, the government is going to be playing, of course, a very large role, and continue to play a very large role in commercial space operations and transportation. The regulatory function that FAA AS&T does is going to continue to be critical. But the goal is going to be to transform that process such that the government function gets done, but done in such a way that it's going to be seamless with the commercial community, and you wouldn't even know that you're necessarily dealing with a government office. You're hopefully going to be dealing with a very seamless and more timely operation. One of the top priorities, of course, of this administration has been to promote a deregulatory agenda, a streamlining agenda. But deregulatory process doesn't simply mean getting rid of things. It also means enabling legislation and enabling regulation to deal with new priorities and new situations that have come up. And so one of the biggest challenges that we've placed on the Department of Transportation, on AS&T, is to update and streamline and create new enabling regulations to keep up with the pace of the industry that you all are speaking for. So DOT FAA is really on the cutting edge of this regulatory reform, in part because of the rapid changes that your communities and space communities have been forcing and pushing in this environment. So we've paid attention to that. The AS&T, of course, and ComSec itself have been around for a long time. 1984, for those of you around for the Commercial Space Launch Act back then. At that time, one of the regulatory streamlining agendas was to not have to deal anymore with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms in the process of getting launch licenses. Again, we hope to continue that spirit as you go forward. I particularly want to extend a welcome to the airline industry representatives here to this, because one of the things that we're also cognizant of is that rockets going up and reentry vehicles coming down go through the national airspace system. And so DOT's fundamental role as a safety organization and responsibility for Title 49 responsibilities in the national airspace is really crucial. And so there's been a lot of the commercial industry going out and space industry talking to itself and talking to government. But I think it's particularly important that we have a cross-industry dialogue. And so the fact that we have airline industry communities and pilots and representatives to really come up and look at what's happening in this industry and how we're going to be working together to transit the national airspace in a more efficient and effective manner, I think is also really important. So again, I welcome those new representatives. So in looking, I'd like to quickly review some of the administration's accomplishments in space. It's just been a little over a year. The executive order creating the National Space Council was just signed in June. So it seems appropriate to look back at what's happened since then. The President has signed the NASA Transition Authorization Act in 2017, allocated $19.5 billion in funding for NASA, and directed the agency to put a man on Mars by 2033. The authorization also set long-term goals for the nation's efforts in space. The President signed an appropriations bill which gave NASA a total of $20.736 billion, $1.6 billion above what the original request was. In addition to the National Space Council being reestablished, we've had two meetings of the Council, one at the Udvar-Hazy Center out in Dulles, and many of you saw, and the second on February 21 down at Kennedy Space Center. And the next one coming up on June 18th is going to be here at the White House. And the next day will be the first meeting of our user advisory group, RFACA, for the National Space Council the next day at NASA headquarters. The President issued Space Policy Directive 1, which sets forth a series of principles for guiding the National Space Program in exploration activities, returning to the Moon, going on to Mars. As former Acting Administrator Robert Lightfoot put it, with regard to the Moon and Mars, we say embrace the healing power of both of these objectives. And in part, we also said to do this with international and commercial partners. because the environment today is very different than that of the space race of the 1960s. Here, the intent is not simply to demonstrate what we can do that no one else can do. Our intent is to do this with international and commercial partners, that is to have the largest club we can for going out and pushing an exploration. And so that means partnerships with industry, which includes your communities. In looking at this situation, we of course realize that, again, unlike the 1960s, we're not going to be putting 1% of the GDP into the NASA budget, I'm sorry, as what's happened in fiscal year 64. The professor and me can't help but noting that. So that's not going to happen again. So what do we need to do if we're going to have ambitious objectives in space? We need to grow the economy. One of the things that the administration can do, and working with the Congress to grow the economy, of course, is the deregulatory and streamlining agendas. So to make sure that our regulations are up to date and are relevant to the speed of commerce that you all are engaging in. With that in mind, the President signed Space Policy Directive 2, which laid out a deregulatory agenda in a couple of detailed areas, export control reforms and streamlining, remote sensing, of course, pointing out the space launch and activities that need to be streamlined. And we're looking forward to a follow-on effort, we hope in the near future, Space Policy Directive 3, which will deal with space traffic management, which again looks to the numbers of thousands of satellites, hundreds of launches occurring, and again, what do we have to do to prepare for that environment? Space traffic management and regulations are probably two of the largest domestic priorities in terms of challenges that the commercial community faces. I would say the next priority is going to be the international community. So commercial space, as may not be a surprise to many of you, and as Mike and I experienced at the UN in Vienna, commercial space is still an odd concept to many other countries. So the idea of a larger private sector role in space is something that the international community is still, I think, wrapping its head around. And this actually has historical roots. It can go back into the early 1960s when the old Soviet Union contended that private activity in space was akin to piracy because only member states could be legitimate actors in space. And of course the U.S. rejected that position, and we adopted Article 6 of the UN Outer Space Treaty, which said that state parties will be responsible for entities under their jurisdiction or control. We will license commercial activities, but in fact we will have commercial activities in space. And so other countries are taking that up and have adopted some of the similar ideas in licensing. And so the dialogue we've been having internationally is to promote industry best practices and principles from a bottom-up perspective, not a top-down perspective, as these ideas, such as were reflected in the orbital debris mitigation guidelines, then get more widely understood within the community. They're adopted as these non-binding guidelines, which can then be pointed to and used by member states to adopt in their own national law and regulation. So in this way, consistent with the administration's foreign policy objectives of focusing on national sovereignty, that is, we have friends and partners in space, but we are not subsuming the United States as some new transnational authority. So, but the dialogue with the international community is critical, and your role in that is critical in terms of these best practices, but we in turn look at adopting binding regulations and law at a national level that has then been coordinated internationally. So this is the balance we want to have between being flexible and yet being responsible for activities in space and promoting the public safety and national security. As I mentioned, longer-term goals, of course, are returning to the moon, expanding the sphere of economic activity from the United States farther out into space, and making sure that our nation is, if you will, the indispensable nation that's part of really any space activity. That doesn't mean that we're going to dominate in every area, except militarily, but it does mean that we're going to be there, whatever happens, because we want to see American values and American priorities fully reflected on the space frontier, even as other countries and other entities join with us and are part of that frontier. We, of course, don't want to leave that to them alone. We want to make sure that we are fully present and are shaping the norms of behavior, the rules and values of that frontier. So, and finally, say, what does this mean really, not just for the space community, but what does it mean here at home? Fundamentally, it means contributing to our national security, contributing to our economy, contributing to jobs, not just those of us wearing suits here in Washington, but jobs of technicians, blue-collar members, middle-class engineers, people across the country, that what space does represents some of the highest, most advanced technology and manufacturing and skilled jobs that there are in this country. And so promoting that and growing that, particularly in the private sector, is vital to the future of the United States, and it's vital to our security, it's vital to our standing in the world. And so anything that you all can do to help us remove those barriers and grow this industry so that the U.S. is fully the international leader it should be, we are most grateful, and the nation is most appreciative. With that, let me pause and simply really see if I can take any questions up until the time Mike tells me to cut it off.
I would never tell you, I would only consult. So, let's go to the Comstack membership first. Questions for Dr. Pace?
The good professor, I've sucked all the air out of the room. Okay, there's nothing left.
And,
okay.
and it's so much of an airy room, so it took, we were, as you mentioned, felt like in the basement with the NTSB, and we've come into the light. Let me kick off with a question, if that's okay. There we go. So relative to ISS and LEO commercialization, I think the administration caused a very productive debate and discussion relative to where we're headed. I worry every day that something's going to happen to the ISS and America will lose its foothold in LEO. I know throughout my career and for many of us, we've been waiting for this moment. So just wondering if you could say a few words about where you think the administration wants to head in continuing to have a presence in LEO, but one that's very different relative to where we've been with International Space Station, moving to more of a commercial model.
Right. So first, I think it's important to point out that the International Space Station partner agreements, that is not a U.S.-owned facility. It is an international partnership. And probably the most important thing that has come out of the space station, in addition to being an engineering marvel, in addition to doing fascinating scientific research, and in addition to being a vital platform for technology development, the most vital thing that's come out has been the relationships among the thousands of people internationally who've been working on the station. And so if we're going to be going anywhere deeper in space, it's going to be those relationships that we're going to have to build on. So what we want to be able to do is that while maintaining that foothold that we've built at great cost and effort in low Earth orbit as a vital facility, we want to maintain that foothold, but at the same time turn government attention toward exploration and toward moving out deeper into space. And so in order to do that, the international partnership agreements, which are now slated to end in 2024, we need to think about what the world looks like after that. We went through a lot of effort in the last administration to get those relationships extended through 2024. And one of the most crucial questions was, we were asked, great, station is wonderful, we like working on it, we like supporting, we do wonderful research in it, but we want to know what comes next. And so we were in, Office and I, we were in Tokyo in March of this year for the International Space Exploration Forum. And that meeting was held here in the U.S. in 2014, and it said a lot of nice things about cooperation internationally, but there wasn't really a lot of particular direction in that. The difference in the March meeting was profound in that because of Space Policy Directive 1 and having a direction, people said, oh, that's where you're going next. How can we work with you? Not whether, but how can we work with you? And of course, the space station partners were then most interested in is say, okay, how does that affect the space station relationship? What do we do? And we said, that's the conversation we want to have with you, because we know it's ending in 2024. We've now said, here's the direction we're going to go in. How do you want to pivot from where you are now to where you want to go? You also want to maintain the capability in low Earth orbit. So that can mean the station itself under private sector management. It can mean a portion of the stations. It can mean new and different stations. What the administration has been very, I think, clear about is we've said ending direct investment, direct payment in there. That doesn't mean there won't be a demand or a market for doing continual research, having astronauts on orbit, both private sector and public. What it does mean is we need to think about how we do this differently. And we have several years now, which of course is not long in space terms, to then figure out where we're going to go next. So there's a number of things on the agenda. The ISS docking port, what do we do about that? Commercial HAB facilities and platforms, what can we do about that? Do they all need to be at 51.6 degree inclination? No, maybe they need to be elsewhere. So having a greater diversity of options and maintaining that foothold in low Earth orbit is crucial. And so as we look to this, the kind of bumper sticker phrase we use is the United States government wants to be a tenant, a major tenant in the building. We don't want to own the whole building. Now, of course, the reality is we do own the building in partnership. It's kind of like a New York condo. You know, we own in partnership with other members. And so, again, as a partnership, we need to discuss how we want that to go forward. But we want to see more people operating facilities in space, supported by your members and transportation to those facilities. Of course, the degree to which you can bring costs down means that the viability of those private platforms becomes better. So there's a crucial synergy here in what you're doing and that transition away from a fully, government-owned and operated facility, and one where government can focus on exploration. So, long answer, but these things are all embedded with each other. Jennifer?
Thank you, and thank you for kind of setting a great context for the kickoff of this meeting of the ComStack. I wanted to ask you, in Space Policy Directive 2, there's a focus on spectrum, which many of us really welcome because it's often an underrepresented, under-discussed topic for space. Could you maybe elaborate on what you hope to see from the report? Thank you.
Sure. So one of the things that we did, we had, so a lot of these mega constellations that people are looking toward with great hope, and of course, because in terms of launch businesses, those don't happen without spectrum. And those don't happen not only without spectrum from the FCC and licensing decisions, those don't happen without stable international, globally protected allocations within the International Telecommunications Union. And so you and I have been in those fights. And so spectrum is absolutely vital, and therefore the regulation of it is central to the future of the space industry. There has been a great attention to, of course, the revolutionary contributions of mobile broadband. The administration is very dedicated to the future of 5G. The United States is to be a leader, if not dominant, in the future 5G transition. So this is a big focus. But 5G does not mean everything is on the ground and everything is terrestrial. There are rural areas that are not going to be served by ground systems. There are developing countries that are not going to be served by ground systems. And so in this environment, satellite spectrum and satellite services are absolutely crucial to our success in 5G in terms of having a mixed strategy going forward. They're crucial to our outreach into the developing world, to underserved communities, both at home and overseas, which in turn is where the votes are within the ITU. The United States has done actually very well over the years in space and the International Telecommunications Union more broadly, because space interests of the United States and the needs of developing countries have actually aligned in many cases. So protection of GPS, satellite communications, weather systems, environment, all are very vital not only to our national interests but also to the interests of many developing countries. So I think what the administration has recognized is, again, the healing power of and. It's not ground or satellites, it's and that in that combination, the regulatory advocacy in the United States is going to be crucial to that. So we have that balance and that mixture. And I would say that I think that the language that you've seen from NTI Administrator Rettel in his testimony, in what happened, comments from the FCC at the NTI Symposium the other day, again, talking about satellites as part of the system. Now, this doesn't mean everybody can relax, okay, because the natural tendency is to focus on the immediate markets, such as in dense urban environments, which are dominated by land-based systems. I think we need to keep and maintain a global perspective and broader than just our immediate cell phone coverage, and look broader than that. And so if we want to promote the success of commercial space commerce more generally, making sure there's adequate and protected spectrum for satellite systems internationally is going to be crucial. And again, this community is important to contributing to that.
Further questions from ComStack?
Within the framework of our responsibility as ComStack to the FAA AST as an advisor, what role do you see, or what interaction do you see, formally or informally, with ComStack, its members, and the NSC?
And the what?
The National Space Council.
Ah, okay. I think one of the first things I would say is ComStack is very valuable in terms of blending together consensus recommendations. We see lots of individual companies, okay, and one of the things that I learned when I was a career service person at the Commerce Department Bush 41, which seems ancient now, is that individual companies coming in all have fairly complex agendas, and that I'm not smart enough to know what all those agendas are. And so it's really important that there be trade associations or groupings or advisory groups like this where the commonalities that are beneficial to the country as a whole come together. So while I'm very interested in sort of the details and particular problems that companies may face, as a policy matter, I really can't care. I need to care about what does the industry as a whole need. And so as a consolidation, as a prioritization function, advisory groups are crucial. If you look at, for example, the scientific community, we have decadal surveys that prioritize what the astrophysics community wants to do or prioritize what the planetary science community wants to do. Can't do everything, so they need to set priorities. They need to come to a consensus. Those decadal surveys are incredibly valuable for NASA and for the Congress because the relevant smart community has gotten together and self-organized and set those priorities. And that means that we don't have to. So in looking at you all coming together and saying, what are the priorities? Give me a consensus. Give me that short list. Pound out the individual competitive agendas among yourselves so that I don't have to try to second guess that. That is very, very valuable input. And so the stronger and more cohesive that is, I think the more impact it has. As we've seen, for example, in the science community. Some science communities are stronger and more cohesive than others. It took a long time for the first Earth Science Decadal to come together because it was really hard to get those very, very different communities to agree on prioritization amongst each other. They did that, and the recent Decadal, I'll commend to you as being quite good. But the same thing here with this community, and this is why I mentioned the important involvement of the airline community in this, because you're transiting the same national airspace. So prioritizing that, the mention of spectrum. Okay, it's not just launches, but getting past special temporary authorizations for every time you go up. Okay, is an important key piece. That means going to the FCC. That means having a priority in that stack. So to the extent that you can kind of distill that for the limited bandwidth attentions that sometimes we have, that's a very valuable contribution to us.
Unfortunately, I'm getting the vote. Everyone, let's have a round of applause for Scott Pace.
Scott, thank you very, very much for making time for us.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So Scott's remarks were absolutely a perfect lead up to our next speaker. Scott highlighted the focus on the regulatory reform and the inclusion of other industries as we work forward to the future of commercial space transportation, and also, of course, the importance of international collaboration. And these attributes, I think, are a perfect segue to introducing our next speaker, Mr. Carl Burleson, who's the acting FAA Deputy Administrator since January of this year. In his role, as you all are well aware, he is responsible for the world's largest and most advanced aviation system, and he does a darn good job of it. Prior to this assignment, Carl was the FAA's Deputy Assistant Administrator for Policy, International Affairs, and Environment, and he's held that role since 2011. So in this work, he led the agency's efforts to increase the safety and capacity of the global aerospace system in an environmentally sound manner. And that was pretty simple, wasn't it, Carl? Yeah. We all remember the ETS days. Anyway, he's also very heavily involved in the FAA strategic planning efforts and forecasting. And on that note, I would also note that the commercial space transportation industry figures into a chapter of that annual forecast. So that's pretty exciting stuff for us. I'm just in a nutshell telling you that Carl's done a lot of exciting things in the agency, and we're very, very thrilled to have him as the acting Deputy Assistant Administrator. More importantly, Carl's demonstrated through his commitment of time to our organization just how the premium that he puts on the commercial space transportation work that we do on behalf of the industry. So without any further ado, Carl Burleson.
Thanks very much, Dee. It's really good to be here. I seem to have a pattern here, as Jennifer knows. I was at the NTIA symposium speaking for the FAA, and I always get to speak right after the White House person. So I could make the simple speech, which is what he said. So clearly Scott did a very nice job. I also have to confess that Dee was talking a little bit about my background. I am a recovering economist by training, and so I really appreciate your willingness to listen to sort of how I'm forecasting the future, because as one of my professors said, you know, the reason they invented economic forecasters was to make astrologers look good. But with that said, on a clear day in February earlier this year, the world's most powerful rocket launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral. It hurtled toward orbit, powered by 27 engines, carrying a cherry red Tesla, playing David Bowie's Life on Mars. The rocket's reusable boosters returned to Earth minutes later, and I will say some observers called this one of the most beautiful things they'd ever seen. I will tell you, I was halfway across the world at the Singapore Air Show, and it was striking to me that morning how many people were talking about that. How many people actually had been up in the middle of the night watching that launch. And I think that says something about where the world is today in terms of commercial space transportation. Feats like this that seemed impossible a few years ago are now becoming more commonplace. And they're certainly inspiring, I think, a new generation's fascination with space. And the good news is they're being achieved by American businesses on American soil. Our nation has a very long history of leadership in aerospace. As everyone knows, we were home to the first flight. As Sharon will know, we were home to the first commercial aviation flight. And we certainly were the first to send a man to the moon. And now the commercial industry in space is growing at an unprecedented pace. There are countless possible uses for space technology, from near real-time Earth imaging to hypersonic shuttles. And as companies from around the world start to consider this potential, it's essential that the U.S. show leadership. Being first in space isn't just a matter of national pride. From our standpoint, I think it's also good for the economy. A recent study estimated 2017 commercial space market was about $9 billion, and in 7 years, that's expected to triple. I will say Scott Pace made, I thought, a really nice intervention, which is not just the numbers in the economy, it's the kind of jobs and opportunity that it offers. And I think as Vice President Pence reconvened the National Space Council last year, it sent the world what I believe is a clear signal. If you want to issue a license for commercial space operation, America is open for business. This council is coordinating our efforts across government, and certainly the FAA is playing very fully, as is the department, in trying to advance the efforts. And I think the work is already paying off. After lagging behind China and Russia for the last few years, the U.S. licensed the most commercial space launches in 2017. And as my folks in AST have told me, we're well on our way to breaking that record. So now we need to build on that momentum, and certainly the Department of Transportation is committed to doing that. In accordance with President Trump's recent space policy directive, the department will release a new system for managing launch and reentry licenses next year. It will replace the requirements of a prescriptive system with a performance-based system that will streamline many of our existing processes. Our goal is to make it easier for commercial space operators to receive the approvals they need in a timely fashion. And additionally, we're studying new technologies to help meet this increased industry demand. For example, the FAA is testing the Space Data Integrator, a platform that automates the current manual, time-consuming, and resource-intensive process to support commercial launches and reentries. We'll be able to safely reduce the amount of airspace we need to block off for commercial space operations, and it has the potential to make launches less disruptive to the existing National Airspace System users. We've also chartered several aviation rulemaking committees where stakeholders are providing us the advice we need of how to reshape the system. With participants from both the aviation and the aerospace communities, they will provide us recommendations of how to improve our spaceport categorization system, as well as to prioritize and more effectively integrate different users into the National Airspace System. We are committed to improving our regulatory environment so that the U.S. will remain a worldwide leader in commercial space transportation. And it's this kind of collaboration that's actually going to be essential if we're going to make progress. And that's why we've brought you together. We're reestablishing the Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee. The group was first created in 1984 so that the industry and stakeholder groups could provide recommendations to us on the most pressing commercial issues of the day. That advice was invaluable, and it's going to be even more important. And I think it's really important, as we've reconstituted, that it has both aerospace and aviation interest on this to advise us, because I don't see innovation slowing down, and in fact, I see it speeding up. And if we're going to need your expertise, we're going to need your input, we're going to need your guidance, if FAA is going to keep pace with the changes in technology, in operations, and users while maintaining the level of safety that the American people expect. So I want to thank you very deeply for taking the time and effort to be committed to this committee and to give us advice. You're going to play a critical role in shaping policy and prioritizing what we're doing going forward. We've already tasked you with a long list of important priorities to assess, and I look forward to working with this group to see what it comes up with. You know, someone once said that the best way to predict the future is to create it. And I think the Trump administration is committed to making sure it's created right here in the United States. By removing regulatory burdens, by being able to use technology more creatively, and by partnering with you, the industry, and users. In this way, we will ensure our nation continues to build on the great legacy we've had as a worldwide aerospace leader. So I thank you for your attentiveness. I wish you a productive meeting, and I'd be glad to take a few questions. Thank you.
Questions from the ComStack? Please.
Good morning, and I just wanted to, first of all, say thank you again to the administration for including the airline community in Comstock. I really appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with you all. I think, as you know, for us, commercial space is an exciting new industry in terms of its impact on commercial aviation. And so I'm excited to learn more. My first learning experience was really the Front Range project out in Colorado. And as Carl knows, he's been the object of some anxiety, quite frankly, on behalf of the airline community. And so, Carl, I guess my question to you is, how best can airlines and the commercial space community collaborate to make sure that we're talking to each other and understand each other's concerns? Our concerns, of course, being the fact that we believe the NAS it's a limited resource. We need to share it, but we do care about the safety and efficiency impacts on commercial aviation. So whatever counsel you have, but my main message is thank you for including me in the conversation.
So thanks, Sharon. I do think this is one important step, because I do think it will be very helpful to the FAA, because as the gentleman posed the question about the kind of input we need, we really do need advice from ComStack, and we need it. Certainly consensus is the best, and having this blend of issues both from the aerospace side and the aviation side coming together will help the FAA a lot. I do think the Frontier example is actually very helpful, because I think what we saw in there was when we recently brought people in to talk about how we were going about it, it was clear that there was a lot of education that needs to go on between the two communities, because I think the aerospace community has operated in a certain set of rules. The aviation traditional users have operated in different ones, and I think there are oftentimes a lot of concerns, worries, and fears, because no one quite understands the different licensing operating processes. And certainly that process of education, I think, has addressed some of those fears. And I think also trying to be more open and transparent. We've certainly tried to encourage all the different stakeholders in this process of trying to set up a spaceport of how do I provide the information to different folks so that there is less concern and less fear, and there are ways of actually managing all the different users. Because again, I will just say, and we're, as the Secretary said the other day, we're kind of in the third age of innovation in aviation. So the commercial space users are one, but we also have this whole new set of users called, drones. So it really is going to be a quite interesting process as we try to integrate into this limited national airspace resource all the different demands, but we're committed to finding ways of doing it.
Other questions
sir.
from the committee?
Thank you, Carl. Oscar Garcia, Interfly Global. I'd like to make a comment regarding the hypersonic cruisers you mentioned, and I'm glad you mentioned that. Those vehicles start blurring the boundary between air and spacecraft, and probably from a transportation viewpoint or commercial transportation could be the precursors to higher and faster. So I applaud the collaboration of the FAA Air operation system with this space, as that boundary is getting blurred more and more and becoming also more real with realistic super and hypersonic craft on the making. Thank you, Carl.
Well, no, well, it's actually our own self-interest, because we keep on, it's interesting to see, even in the commercial space industry today, we're seeing different hybrid concepts of what might reach space. And certainly we've had a number of technology innovations which is causing us to relook at, do we have the possibility of reintroducing supersonic flight? And so again, it's not that far of a step going from supersonic then to hypersonic. So again, it's a really interesting time to be at the agency, because we're having to adapt a way of doing business to take it, dealing with all these new technologies.
Questions from the group?
Charity?
I'd be interested in knowing how you collaborate with ICAO in this question of the evolving airspace.
Yeah. Good question. So I think right now what we've been trying to do is starting to educate people. Because again, as I said earlier, I think even domestically there's a need to try to build the knowledge across the different disciplines. And certainly at ICAO, we have started to try to educate folks about what are the potential issues, how might we treat commercial space. I don't think anyone has quite figured out what would be the right international realm. I mean, I do think one advantage that ICAO offers, at least, it's a platform that we have used for decades to try to meet the evolving needs of aviation. Because again, when we started in ICAO, there wasn't a security. Back in 1944, when the Chicago Convention was generated, there were no security articles. There were no environmental articles, but the document and the organization was able to evolve over time to take into account how aviation needs have changed. I will say the other thing that's why we're trying to educate ICAO in this area is because, again, it is not an operational agency, it's a standard-setting organization. And so what we have seen over time, if you have the ability to set standards in terms of vehicles or how things are operated or expectations on airspace, then you at least have a minimum set of expectations everywhere in the world that everyone agrees to operate to. And so, again, it allows a good deal of flexibility for any nation to operate the way it wants, but again, within an international framework. So again, it's helpful to educate ICAO in this area of growing interest for the U.S.
Great. Any other questions from the committee? No? Do we have any questions from the audience? Jeff.
Jeff Faust of Space News. You talked about getting the new licensing regulations in place by next year. The rulemaking process traditionally has been a multi-year process. What are you going to be doing in order to get that done in less than a year?
Yeah. Great question. Come on, I'm waiting for the headline about FAA rulemaking saying hip, cool, and doing it right. So I think what we've tried to do, I mentioned the Aviation Rulemaking Committee structure that we have this ability to do. We put one together on the licensing process. In fact, it has met several times and it has delivered to us a set of recommendations. So that's really helpful in terms of trying to streamline what we're doing. The second thing is we're taking an approach where, before I'm trying to remember, Kelvin and Dee, I think we had something close to 300 pages of regulation in this area. So part of the solution is how do we move down to a performance-based approach, which again, we have experience recently doing this in a different part of aviation. Because in our what's called Part 23, where we have traditionally certified general aviation aircraft, we had the same process or problem where we had stacks of accreted prescriptive rules that had grown up over basically 50 years that we changed to a performance-based, and so we were able to rapidly shrink what we were doing and how we're doing it, but it can still achieve the safety. So our view is if we can do that, again, it will help. And then the third thing is we have, because of the commitment of this administration, we've been able to get the commitment of different parts of the rulemaking process, and not just what the FAA is doing in terms of committing resources to get this done, but also with DOT, OMB, the whole administration, to make sure that we have different gateposts that we can meet so we can get out by February of next year, the notice of proposed rulemaking.
Wonderful. Any other questions from the audience? Okay. Seeing none, let's have a round of applause.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Carl, thank you very much for those insightful remarks and really to underscore the importance that the agency is placing on not only creating a more positive regulatory environment, but certainly all the work that we're doing to bring the communities together. So appreciate your remarks and more importantly, your ongoing support. So with that, it's yet another perfect segue into our next speaker. We have the great privilege of hearing from my colleague, Kelvin Coleman. But before I ask Kelvin to come on up to the podium, I thought it would be kind of fun to share a few things. So when George and I started talking, I guess, George, about 2 years ago, about my returning to the agency to work with George and the team, one of the first people I met was Kelvin. And George had been telling me, I've got this great guy, Kelvin Coleman, he's going to be, really, really important for you to get to know and to work with and everything. The thing about Kelvin is what I noticed, I'd always see him in passing. He was always flying down the hall or flying off to work another emergency. And so I finally met Kelvin, and what George promised was true. He's been a terrific colleague and a terrific person to get to learn the organization. But I think more importantly is in our current arrangement, we're working together to advance several key priorities. And Kelvin's going to walk you through some of those priorities this morning, and you'll see how important they are to the work ahead for the ComStack. So with that, Kelvin.
Well, thanks, Dee. And good morning. It's great to be here. I'm really excited about commercial space transportation and what lies ahead for this sector. Since our inception, the Office of Commercial Space Transportation, which as many of you know, began some 34 years ago as a staff office in the Office of the Secretary of Transportation, has been an instrumental player and a partner in enabling not only an industry that to this day has a perfect public safety record, but also enabling and fostering a strong and internationally competitive U.S. commercial space transportation sector. Well, some things change, and well, some things don't. And what hasn't changed is AST's commitment to partnering with industry and our government partners to ensure that the U.S. commercial space transportation sector is not only the safest in the world, but also the most successful. That's what hasn't changed. Now, I did say as well that some things change, and I'll speak to that in a few minutes. But before I do, I want to take a pause to thank our colleagues and friends here at the Department of Transportation for housing our meeting today, as well as our Executive Secretary for the National Space Council, Scott Pace, and Acting FAA Deputy Administrator Burleson for their remarks this morning, and for continuing to exhibit the kind of leadership that has been so instrumental in moving U.S. commercial space transportation forward. I'd also like to welcome back, after a little bit of downtime, our ComStack members, both old and new, for this, the 65th meeting of the ComStack. I want to especially thank a guy that I go back a few years with, to say the least, and that's our chairman, Mike Gold. Mike's been instrumental in his leadership of the ComStack for several years and has been a great friend and colleague to work with in support of AST and our mission objectives. The ComStack has been an instrumental advocate for U.S. commercial space transportation and so critical to our success by providing strong leadership and high-quality advice and recommendations that the Department and the FAA have leveraged over the years to improve and enhance so many aspects of what we do towards enabling a safe and successful industry. We are delighted to have the band back together, so to speak, and very much look forward to your continued contributions. Well, I said earlier some things change, so let me touch on that now. It's been a while since the ComStack has met, and in that time, a few things, important things, some might say, have happened. I'll just touch on maybe one or two of those things, maybe three. There's been a significant shift, as Carl mentioned earlier, in the public's enthusiasm and recognition of commercial space. I haven't done a fact check on this, and maybe Tim can help me, but I've heard that SpaceX's Falcon Heavy launch this past February was one of the most watched events on YouTube, maybe in the top one or two. Number two? Tim says number two. I did do a fact check on this. I looked today, and the number of views was well over 22 million. That's a lot of eyeballs. We're really excited about that. And as Carl mentioned earlier, last fiscal year, we had a record-breaking number of license launches. And to peek ahead a bit, we're on track to top that this year. We're really excited about that as well. Also, as some of you may have noticed, we've had a change in administration, and with it, a renewed enthusiasm and focus on American space policy. We heard Scott talk about that earlier today. It was nearly a year ago that Vice President Pence chaired the first meeting of the newly revived National Space Council. We've seen the Council and the White House move swiftly to issue a number of space policy directives that will return American astronauts to the moon for long-term exploration and utilization, as well as human missions to Mars and other destinations. And, as many of you know, of course, drive us towards an entirely new, streamlined, and consolidated regulatory construct that ultimately will ensure that the U.S. remains the leading global provider of space services and technology. We're really excited about that, too, and embrace the challenge of making it happen. And since the last ComStack meeting, we've had a change or two in AST as well. After 45 years of civil service, the last several years of which having served as the Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation, Dr. George Neal retired in May. Now, I don't want to say that we're really excited about that, but I will say that what we are truly excited about is the fact that George left us a strong hand to play to enable and partner with our industry stakeholders to foster a safe and successful industry. And so this may be a good point to say a little bit about where we head from here and what our priorities are at AST. We're looking at a very bright future. And with United Launch Alliance, Blue Origin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Virgin Galactic and Virgin Orbit, Rocket Lab, SpaceX, Sierra Nevada, and Vector, to name a few, pushing hard to bring new and transformative launch services to the market, that enhance our everyday lives as citizens, serve our national security needs, and advance our science and exploration missions, we have our work cut out for us at AST as we strive to enable a safe and innovative launch service industry. So, what we've done in AST is focus our efforts on three priority areas that I'd like to share with you. First, as Carl mentioned, is reforming our regulations and processes to create a 21st century licensing regime with performance-based requirements for launch and reentry being the centerpiece. Our goal is to ensure public safety, provide regulatory certainty for our industry, and minimize, to the maximum extent possible, the burdens of the license application process. We've obviously gotten a little bit of help from the National Space Council here, but I do want to say that setting this as a priority was not an arm twist for us. We recognized for many years that our regulations, which were written in the early and late 90s as well as early 2000s, needed an overhaul. And we're happy to have the opportunity to create a regulatory construct that will enable industry flexibility, will be scalable to meet the oversight needs of a diverse industry, and adaptable to meet future innovations in launch and reentry that still have yet to be made manifest. With the help of many of you here today, we're making great progress in that area. Our second priority, which is very closely related to the first, is keeping pace with industry. Even while we are developing the new streamlined rule, we need to keep pace with industry by delivering our products and services on time. So, this is really about delivering our products and services at a pace and in a way that meets the needs of business without jeopardizing public safety. We're reviewing our internal processes to find efficiencies and new ways of doing business that will make licensing and permit determinations faster and more efficient. We're striving also to be innovative to keep up with the increasing launch tempo and the complexity of operations. Another important piece of this is the partnerships we hold with the Air Force and NASA at our federal ranges. This is significant because of the fact that the vast majority of commercial space launches take place from federally owned launch sites, including NASA's Kennedy Space Center and Wallops Flight Facility, and the Air Force's Cape Canaveral Air Force Station and Vandenberg Air Force Base. I recently met with senior leaders in the Air Force and NASA to collaborate on ways to improve and streamline oversight of commercial space launch activities at the federal ranges. And I'm happy to report that while it's still yet early, we're making good progress. And our third priority, as Carl also mentioned, is to fully integrate commercial space launch operations into the National Aerospace System. We're making significant efforts to move from accommodation through flight restrictions and special use airspace to integration. We're working hard across FAA to make this happen. AST, along with our air traffic organization and our airports office, as well as our NextGen organization, are jointly developing a concept of operations for integration of commercial space into the National Aerospace System. And this will be the basis of an agency-wide strategic planning and roadmap development. The FAA intends to provide the document to the industry for review and comment later this year. We're also working closely with the Air Traffic Organization and NextGen, as Carl mentioned earlier, on a space data integration program that will significantly improve the FAA's ability to respond to a contingency during a launch or reentry and facilitate more dynamic management of the airspace during normal operations. And we are facilitating a dialogue between the aviation and space industries and facilitating cross-industry education on issues of common interest. Accomplishing these goals we've set in each of these priority areas is extremely important to us. With your partnership and cooperation, we're confident that we will. And again, I'd like to thank you all for being here, and I look forward to hearing from our distinguished speakers throughout today's conference and getting the advice and recommendations from our ComStat going forward. So with that, thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for those kind words, Kelvin. Congressman Culberson is here, so we're going to have to move on, so you haven't completely escaped Q&A. We'll just get back to you later on. So if Congressman Culberson could make his way to the stage, I'll give him his introduction. As chair of the House Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies Appropriations Subcommittee, which funds NASA, Congressman Culberson is focused on ensuring that NASA receives the funding and guidance necessary to maintain U.S. leadership in space. He believes that American investment in basic scientific research spurs innovation and technology and generates long-term economic growth, and investment in NASA leads to life-saving technologies like MRI machines, improved pacemakers, advanced semiconductors, to more accurate weather predictions. He is currently working to ensure that establishing access to low Earth orbit through the Commercial Crew Program returns our astronauts to orbit on American-built vehicles as soon as possible. He is also working towards the Space Launch System, Heavy Lift Rocket, and Orion Multi-Purpose Crew Vehicle to explore further into our solar system. These programs will be critical components of our capability to return to the Moon, or to lunar orbit, or to reach Mars, and to go beyond. In planetary science, Congressman Culberson has been an advocate for the next large planetary mission, which will explore Europa, a moon of Jupiter. There are few questions that we deal with, really as humans, that are more intriguing and engaging than if life exists outside the Earth, which is why I've been so personally grateful to Congressman Culberson for his unflagging support of the Europa mission and unlocking the secrets and mysteries of that planet that will inspire us and spur us to go forward and further in space. Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman John Culberson.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a privilege to be with you today. I'm convinced that the commercial sector is going to unlock the horizons in the space program that we can't even really imagine today. It's an extraordinary time to be involved in the space program, a great time to be an American when these new horizons are just now becoming visible to us. As an appropriator, it's my responsibility to make sure that our constituents' very precious, scarce, and hard-earned tax dollars are wisely and carefully spent to ensure that the space program of the United States space program is the best on Earth. I want to ensure that that NASA returns is lifted above and beyond the glory days of Apollo. In fact, it's the only reason I agreed to serve on the Appropriations Committee, so I could be here to make sure that we go above and beyond what we were doing during Apollo. I am native Houstonian. Those astronauts were my heroes as a boy growing up. I always loved the program. I'm an amateur astronomer. I got my first telescope when I was about 12 years old, and I'm a dyed-in-the-wool fiscal conservative. I didn't want to go to the Appropriations Committee. Tom DeLay is my neighbor to the south. I didn't know Tom that well when I first got elected to Congress. He asked me in November of 2002 if I would take his seat on Appropriations when he became Majority Leader. I was all lined up to go to the Energy and Commerce Committee because West Houston is to the oil and gas sector what Silicon Valley is to the computer industry. And I said, no, thank you. I don't like spending money. I hate debt. The starting answer is no on anything unless it's NASA or science. He said, you're perfect, you're hired. And that's how I got the job. And I agreed to do this only if I could serve on this subcommittee. So I've had a very singular focus over the years, in addition to making sure that I'm taking care of the day-to-day needs of my constituents and the people of Texas when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to recovering from that terrible hurricane we just suffered through last summer. Rebuilding from Harvey and then expanding our flood control network is a vital part of what I'm doing, and focused on helping my neighbors and constituents. But for the long term, as my favorite founding father, Thomas Jefferson, liked to say, I like the dreams of the future far better than the memories of the past. So the work that I do on NASA is really designed to help unlock the dreams of the future. And to mention that thank you for mentioning the Europa mission. One of the reasons I'm so focused on it is it has been the top recommendation of the decadal survey of planetary scientists for the last 20 years, but headquarters would not fly the mission. And I am convinced that we're going to need a civilization-level discovery to reignite the public's passion for NASA. Everyone in this country loves NASA. We love space exploration. In fact, I saw an in-depth marketing survey of all the different functions of the federal government, and the only part of the federal government that is more popular than NASA is the United States Marine Corps. It is something in in our DNA as human beings, to want to know what's over the next horizon, to unlock secrets of life in the universe, and to learn more about where we come from and where we're going. And NASA is the only agency that can do that, the only part of the federal government that can do that, that really inspires young people to want to go on to become scientists and engineers and mathematicians. So I'm convinced that there needs to be a civilization-level discovery for the public to be to re-energize the public support for NASA and to inject the amount of money that's going to be necessary to really lift NASA above and beyond the glory days of Apollo. And I'm convinced that civilization-level discovery will be the discovery of primitive life forms on another world. And the science community is convinced that's going to happen in the oceans of Europa. There's 2 times more water on Europa than there is on Earth. It's a 100-kilometer deep saltwater ocean with a free-floating ice shell. No continents. It's a total ocean world. So when I became chairman of the committee, I created the Ocean Worlds program to direct NASA to send Discovery, New Frontier, and flagship class missions to the ocean worlds of Europa, Titan, Enceladus, Triton, a moon of Neptune, look for life on another world. And I've also enacted and funded in the Commerce Justice Science Bill a 51-year plan for NASA that begins with a search for life on another world in the ocean worlds. And then I've directed NASA and funded, given them the resources they need, to begin to identify the nearest Earth-like planet with signs of life around, using a telescope and something called a star shade, which is a wonderful piece of technology designed by a mathematician largely, that's designed to occult the light from to occult the light from the central star so you can see a planet right up next to it, and spectroscopically fingerprint the atmosphere so you can identify carbon dioxide, oxygen, water vapor, methane, and I'm told they can even see industrial pollution. So begin to search for that nearest Earth-like planet with signs of life, and then develop interstellar rocket propulsion to go no less than 10% of the speed of light. And then on the 100th anniversary of Neil Armstrong setting foot on the moon, I've directed NASA to launch humanity's first interstellar mission to that nearest Earth-like planet. Now, all of you in the commercial sector are going to be a vital part of that effort, developing that new type of propulsion. That innovative technology, those technology accounts, all those research accounts in the NASA budget are robustly funded. I've personally, with Senator Shelby's help, and he's been a great partner in this, as the new chairman, full chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, Senator Shelby has been a terrific partner in this effort. We've been able to get NASA funding it to record levels. If you see the 2019 bill, you're going to see it again in the 2020 appropriations bill. Record levels of funding for NASA, for rocket development, for technology development, to make sure that we get Americans back into space as quickly as possible. Using, again, the commercial sector will be the first ones to get an American back into space on an American-built rocket to the space station. You're going to see a continued commitment on the part of the Congress to make sure that the agency has the funds it needs and the commercial sector has the funds it needs to really revolutionize the space program and keep us at the cutting edge. I just think it's extraordinary that the private sector is now doing something we've always dreamed about, and that's multiple-use rockets. It is extraordinary that we'll be able to use not just the rocket engine, but the entire rocket body, perhaps as many as 10 times. It changes completely the calculation on the cost of getting into space. It changes completely the whole idea of the future of space exploration. And I also can think that we need to continue to encourage the private sector to look at space as a way to find different ways to make money in space. The space station is going to continue to fly. There's strong support in Congress to continue the space station as long as the engineers tell us it's safe to do so. But I do think we need to expand the opportunities for the private sector to use modules on the space station for commercial purposes to make a profit. We ought to lease space on the station to the private sector, just as if this were a regular, private office building. You just lease space to different private companies, and same way the space station. That's the same way the space station ought to operate, and also find ways to mine space. The asteroid that NASA is going to go visit that appears to be the exposed core of an unformed planet that's apparently loaded with rare earth elements and precious metals. There's great opportunities, I think, for manufacturing in space. Jeff Bezos told me recently that he believes we will, in years to come, we'll do all heavy manufacturing in space and then deorbit finished products to Earth in the far future. That's something that all of us in this room I know are committed to, something you can count on me to continue to do. I will also, to make sure that you've got the funding that you need, that NASA has the money they need to make all those dreams of the future come true. But I also want to commit to you, and then I'll stop and take questions, that I'll do everything I can to keep politics out of NASA, to keep politics out of science. Politics, neither left nor right, should influence science. There should be absolutely no pressure politically, one way or the other. You need to just follow the facts, as Joe Friday said on Dragnet. My job as a policymaker is to be, I can't make good decisions if I don't have honest, objective, verifiable data. And we just need the facts. So I'll do my best to make sure you've got all the fuel you need in your tanks, all the money you need to succeed, and also keep the politicians out of your business so nobody's pressuring you from the left or the right politically. So you can just do what you do best and make those dreams of the future come true. I'm happy to answer any questions that you've got.
Wonderful. Thank you, Congressman. Chris?
Thank you. One thing I really do hope while you're thinking of questions that needs to be done is the private sector needs to be sure that we're doing planetary protection. I've not heard enough about protecting the pristine nature of worlds like Europa from Earth organisms. It's very, very important as the private sector expands and begins to launch missions to other worlds that we have the same high levels of planetary protection and sterilization for commercially private-built spacecraft that we do for NASA spacecraft. By the way, excuse me. Yes, sir. You bet, Greg. Good to see you again. Yeah.
I'd like to ask, with the JPL FFRDC model, whether you think that's something that should be applied more broadly at NASA and in the government in general.
I'm a huge fan of the FFRDC model. It's very successful in so many different areas with the Department of Energy. I think all of their laboratories are run as an FFRDC. Big supporter of the FFRDC model across the board. I would love to see it expanded, Greg, to as many NASA centers as possible. It's more challenging when it comes to the human spaceflight program. It's challenging. I'd love for somebody to suggest or find a good way to do a decadal survey for the human spaceflight program. That's a real challenge. In fact, I've directed NASA in my bill over the years to follow the decadal survey recommendations in each of the major categories: astrophysics, earth sciences, planetary sciences, heliophysics, astrophysics, etc., because the decadal survey process is one that I think works, where you have the scientific community get together, hash it out, prioritize missions over the next decade that need to be funded and flown. And that's another reason I like the FFRDC model, is you've really got, to a large extent, the private sector and private companies that are looking at how to make the best use of our constituents' very scarce, very precious, and hard-earned tax dollars the best. So I love the FFRDC model, but it's tough to expand it beyond the unmanned program. Yes, sir.
Congressman, we appreciate your enthusiasm for the exploration mission. And in the same way that that private industry has been encouraged to take on the transportation mission, do you see any way to transfer some of the exploration task to private industry, somehow incentivize the private industry to take on some of that burden from the taxpayer?
Yeah, encourage them to go ahead and do it and make a lot of money at it. It'd be terrific.
Fair enough.
If you take the risk, you ought to enjoy the rewards. It's a big part of what made America great. God bless America. It's a good thing. Profit's a good thing. I would encourage it as much as possible while ensuring, again, planetary protection, orbital safety. We also need to make sure, I've done this in my bill, the Department of Defense has done this for years. I've already made it a statutory requirement that every new spacecraft designed and launched by NASA has to be refuelable, maneuverable, and serviceable. That's essential. And we need to keep the Chinese out of our business. We need to be very careful about, I saw Lenovo computers I'm coming in. Nobody should be using Lenovo computers. They're all infected. They've all got Trojan horses hardwired into them in the back. The fact that was prohibited years ago. I mean, Frank Wolf, my predecessor, was exactly right about the threat posed by cyber threat, and the Chinese government happens to be the worst on the planet. There's a lot of bad ones out there, but all of us need to be very, very careful about keeping the Chinese government out of the space program. When it comes to the United States, they're not in it for our benefit.
Congressman, I would actually combine the two issues. The Chinese have deployed servicing systems, robotic servicing systems. So we appreciate your support on both of those. And if I could mention the Psyche asteroid that you talked about. Thank you so much for your support. Yeah, actually a naked planetary core that will allow us to see, what it's like inside a planet, not to mention the resource extraction that you mentioned. And forgive me for asking, because I'm so inspired by you on this, but I'm just curious what you think society's reaction will be when we do, and I'm going to say when, we find life outside of this planet.
It's a civilization level discovery that changes our perception of who we are and where we came from in the universe forever. It's always extraordinary to me that as far as you can see, no matter which direction you look, you see the periodic table of elements. It is evident, I think, that God seeded life all over the universe. It's just almost impossible to believe it's not out there. Anywhere you look, I mean, a star without planets is the exception. Everywhere we look. Look at what Kepler's discovered. The curve of new discoveries of planets went like this as soon as Kepler began to look, and it was simply looking for transiting planets. It was only looking in one spot. I mean, it's extraordinary what we, I think, will discover when we make that first discovery. I think it's going to be a moment that we will never forget. It's one of those like we all remember. I remember being a little kid watching Neil Armstrong sitting in front of the moon on a black and white Heathkit television in my uncle's house in Albuquerque. We all know exactly where we were when Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon. We will all remember where we were when the discovery of primitive life is made on the first time in another world. And it's a great privilege for me. It's such a privilege to represent the people of Texas, and an extraordinary privilege to be a member of Congress. But I still pinch myself to realize that had I not been elected, this wouldn't have happened. I mean, the Europa mission was dead. Europa had no advocate. The mission was dead. The bean counters and bureaucrats had killed it successfully, cannibalized the money for other things because NASA didn't have enough money to do everything on their plate. So I've now made sure that NASA has enough money on their plate for the human spaceflight program to be robust, for a robust commercial sector, for there to be enough money to fly a good cadence and balance of New Frontier, Discovery, and flagship missions, and to ensure that, I also wrote it into law, by the way, that the Europa orbiter and lander are the only missions it is illegal for NASA not to fly. So I do take great joy in this. It's a lot of fun to realize that one random, obscure congressman from Texas has been responsible for these extraordinary missions, and when life is discovered, I'm thrilled that I will have had a decisive hand in that. And whenever we launch that first interstellar mission to the nearest Earth-like planet with signs of life, I hope I'm still in I don't know, by 2069 I won't be here, but I will have, helped make that happen.
I hope they launch on the USS Culberson.
No.
Other questions?
The USS Texas.
There you go. Other
Yes, sir.
questions?
No, I'll repeat it if you can't hear it. Thank you, sir. It's my joy, truly. And it's not parochial.
No, we know that.
It's for the good of the nation and future generations.
It's literally cosmic. We know that. Courtney Stad with Vector Launch. So we're one of the companies that's in your vision in terms of private capital, developing commercial rockets to launch commercial payloads. I wonder if I can hear your view, because we really are a product, we the industry, many of the members of the ComStack to represent launch companies, commercially promoted by your committee, your colleagues. In terms, occasionally we get members who are interested in putting money into developing other launch vehicles, and I wondered if you could publicly talk about your view in terms of encouraging launch services, but not having the government compete with those of us who are putting private capital at risk.
That's an interesting question, and I want to make sure, though, that the private sector has got as many advantages as possible.
Sure.
There are, once the cost of launches comes down, if you're able to, I mean, if Blue Origin and SpaceX and others are able to actually launch rocket bodies as well as engines 10 times, changes everything. It dropped. If you're actually, Bezos is correct, and Elon Musk are correct that they can reduce the cost down by a factor of 10 to launch, to get into space. It changes the whole formula. It changes everything. So it's, I think that the space program, NASA, should be viewed when it comes to the future as the interstate interplanetary highway system for deep space. NASA should provide the long-term deep space lift carrying capacity. And going to low Earth orbit should be like stepping out of the front of this building and catching a cab. I should be able to get an Uber, a Lyft, taxi to get wherever I want to go. If I'm going to low Earth orbit, just choose your provider, and you're free to choose. It's your money. You invested it and spend it. And the private provider should be able to allow to make as much money as humanly possible in outer space while preserving planetary protection while ensuring that we're not clouding the entire, low Earth orbit is already a pretty busy and crowded place. I do worry about these CubeSats, which are wonderful technology, but you just create more debris in orbit for us to fly into is a worry. So there's got to be some regulatory framework, which the Congress has already passed when it comes to the Department of Commerce. I think that's a great idea to have a one-stop shop when it comes to the commercial sector, to go to the Department of Commerce, and then FAA's understand the FAA's role is simply to basically, once you're out of the atmosphere, you're out of the FAA's responsibility. So you just provide a permit from the ground to the edge of the atmosphere, and then the Department of Commerce picks it up from there. We're literally in the age of Columbus. We're in the age of Magellan. And it's an extraordinary time to be alive and to be an American. And what a privilege for me to be here to help make sure you have all the resources, support, and encouragement you need to make all the dreams of the future come true. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now I'd like to kick things over to our Vice Chair and resident former astronaut, Michael Lopez Alegre, everyone. Let's have a round of applause for Mike.
Thank you. So Mike is letting me introduce the next speaker from here because it would take me longer to get there and back than it would to make the presentation. Our next speaker can't be with us today because he's orbiting the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour at altitude of 250 miles aboard a place near and dear to my heart, the International Space Station. But Commander Drew Feustel is going to give us a short message here. He's leading a truly international crew of 3 Americans, 2 Russians, and a German. We had hoped to connect with him live, but he's a little busy right now. He's halfway into a 6.5-hour spacewalk to install some high-definition cameras that are going to allow commercial crew vehicles to dock to the ISS. So I think we're ready for the video.
Welcome aboard the International Space Station. I'm NASA astronaut and International Space Station Commander Drew Feustel, flying 255 miles above the Earth. Today, NASA is on a parallel path for human space exploration. By buying commercial services in low Earth orbit, we're able to focus on deep space exploration, including a return to the Moon and ultimately to Mars. NASA pioneered the development of public and private partnerships in space through commercial resupply missions. Since then, the commercial presence aboard this unique orbital laboratory has grown considerably. We now have commercial experiments, hardware, and modules to provide new capabilities for research and exploration. Using a public-private approach, NASA is also working with industry to build safe, reliable, and cost-effective commercial transportation to carry our astronauts to and from the space station from the United States. We're excited to partner with industry as they develop a long-term, sustained commercial presence in low Earth orbit. Our ultimate goal is for NASA to be one of many customers of a burgeoning space-inspired economy. From up here, I think we're well on our way. Thank you.
That's it. It's official, folks. We're the first FACA in space. So now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Jim Bridenstine, who represented Oklahoma's 1st Congressional District, where he served on the Armed Services Committee, the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and authored the American Space Renaissance Act. You know, far too often in industry, we all try and put everything into silos, whether it's military space, commercial space, science space. One of the great things that I think Jim did early on was try to break down those walls. I mean, that's what the American Space Renaissance Act was all about, and just look at it as a holistic industry. Prior to his career in Congress, he served in the U.S. Navy, flying the E-2C Hawkeyes off of the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. It was there that he flew combat missions in Iraq and Afghanistan and accrued most of his 1,900 flight hours and 333 carrier-arrested landings. He later moved to the F-18 Hornet and flew at the Naval Strike Air and Warfare Center, the Parrott Command, to Top Gun. So that's the resume. And as I said before, now I want to say a quick word or two about the man himself. I first met Congressman Bridenstine several years ago, and when I was meeting with a member, I was parking my car by the house, put in enough for about half hour. Figured 10 minutes, tops, meeting with a member. An hour later, I had a pretty hefty parking ticket. So you owe me about $30 on that one, but I'll tell you, it was worth every penny. That Jim Bridenstine's enthusiasm for this field is palpable. His knowledge is deep and broad. It was embarrassing to me when I transitioned from Bigelow Aerospace to a satellite company that he knew more about commercial satellites than I did walking into this job. You know, we had Congressman Culberson talk about the importance of removing parochialism and partisanship from space. And even during his short tenure, I think Jim Bridenstine has already moved us forward in a very positive direction there. After his most recent testimony at the CJS Appropriations Subcommittee, I received several calls from Democratic senators and Republican senators complimenting his amazing performance. So, you know, we don't go forward to the final frontier as Democrats or Republicans. We go forward as Americans and humans. And I think there is no one better to unite us as a country, as an industry, than this gentleman who I'm about to say. And let me tell you, I've been waiting a long time to say these words. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce the 13th Administrator of NASA, Jim Bridenstine.
Wow, that was quite an intro. I appreciate those very kind words. He might have overspoken a little bit, but thank you nonetheless. I want to say also thank you to Chairman Culberson. Chairman Culberson has been a great friend of mine. I would say that he's a mentor of mine. He's somebody who's very passionate on these issues. But I'll tell you also he's a great friend to NASA. Maybe some of you have seen that the NASA budgets have been increasing lately, and that's very bipartisan. And of course, the President's budget request has done the same, and he matches it or exceeds it. So thank you so much to Chairman Culberson as well. He's a great friend to the agency, a great friend to the United States, and as he said, he doesn't do these things for any parochial reason whatsoever. He doesn't do it for any other reason than he is just very passionate about space and exploration and discovery and science and all of those things that NASA does. So I'm just thrilled to be here to follow Chairman Culberson. Now, since we are at the ComStack, I'm going to talk specifically about some of the issues that you guys are up against and gals are up against. There's a number of bills right now that are floating around for how to do authorization and continuing supervision for non-traditional space activities. This has been an issue I've been involved in for a number of years. People in this room are very familiar that the Outer Space Treaty clearly says that we need to provide authorization and continuing supervision for these, for everything that we as a nation put into space, whether it's commercial or government. What's interesting is sometimes there's debate over whether or not we even have an agency that's capable of doing authorization. Do we have an agency that's capable of doing continuing supervision? And when I first started learning about this issue, it was my opinion that if you get a launch license from the FAA, Office of Commercial Space Transportation, then there's your authorization. And if you have the JSPOC doing your situational awareness and conjunction warnings, well, there's your continuing supervision. Unfortunately, my view on that was not reflected broadly throughout the U.S. government. And so a lot of people who wanted to bring capital to the United States, a lot of people who wanted to capitalize private companies in the United States started thinking about the fact that there is a political risk in any venture we invest in for which we might not be able to ultimately launch. And so it became clear to me that we need to have buy-in from across the interagency, and we need to have buy-in from Congress. And now we actually have bills on this. In fact, we have a bill in the House of Representatives that's very public. There's a bill in the Senate that may eventually become more public. I know a lot of different people are negotiating what ultimately it will look like. But here's the thing. Some people argue that it ought to be at Commerce. The Commerce Department ought to do the authorization and continuing supervision for non-traditional space activities. Again, I want to reemphasize why this is so important. When you think about these non-traditional space activities, we're talking about commercial habitats, commercial space stations. And we know that the space station, as enthusiastic as all of us are about it, we know that there's going to come a day when it will not be feasible for us to keep it in space. or at least not in its current form. That being the case, what we don't want to see is we don't want to have a gap in human activity in low Earth orbit. We want to do everything possible to avoid that gap. At the same time, NASA, the agency I'm now charged with running, we want to go further. We want to go to the moon. In fact, that's the President's direction to me. Space Policy Directive 1, we are returning to the moon in a sustainable way, which requires commercial, much like many companies that are represented here are engaged in. And not just for launch, but also landers and other kinds of capabilities. But the bottom line is whether it's a commercial lunar lander that's going to be doing science on the surface of the moon, or whether it's a commercial space station, a commercial habitat that could be doing manufacturing or it could do science, it could be involved in pharmaceuticals, any different number of areas, whether it's robotic servicing of satellites in low Earth orbit, which in some countries would be perceived as provocative. Anytime you're doing rendezvous and proximity operations and you have that capability to grapple another satellite, well, that triggers, in some countries' minds, I guess it triggers they're willing to stand up and say, no, that is not an activity that we like. Well, who does the authorization and continuing supervision for robotic servicing of satellites, for rendezvous and proximity operations, for commercial habitation, for trips to the moon, or even to an asteroid if we wanted to extract resources or mine an asteroid? And some would say, well, we don't have the ability as a government to do that authorization and continuing supervision. So we have to come to a day where we have agreement on this. And I'm going to tell you what my concern is as somebody who has been in Congress. And I just heard John Culberson and I just heard Mike Gold talk about this cannot be parochial. And it can't be where there's a jurisdiction issue, you know, depending on what committee you serve on, you want this agency to have it instead of that agency. This is too important. We have to get this done. So some say, well, this kind of activity needs to be at the Department of Commerce. And others say, well, this kind of activity needs to be at the FAA Office of Commercial Space Transportation. And both sides have wonderful arguments. And believe me, I can tell you what they are because I've heard about them over and over again from different sides of this issue. But I will say this: we cannot let the good be the enemy of the perfect in this particular case. We have to get it done. And this is going to require compromise. It's going to require people on either side of this to say, you know what, I can see it your way, and for the good of the country, I'm willing to take that next step and maybe go that direction. So that's a big thing. Now, this is going to require legislation. Of course, we have Space Policy Directive 2, which is very clear. It puts commerce in the lead. But it doesn't preclude the fact that commerce as the lead could ultimately rely on FAA AST or NASA or any other federal agency. State Department has an interest here. So while commerce could be the lead, they could also rely on the expertise of the other agencies within the government. So I think that's important to note as well. But again, I want to reemphasize the important thing is to get it done and not prevent it from getting done because people are worried about what agency it might be at the end of the day. So that being said, you know, as the NASA administrator, again, going back to Space Policy Directive 1, we're going back to the moon. And the President said it has to be sustainable. What does that mean, sustainable? That means this can't be the vision for space exploration again. And it can't be the Space Exploration Initiative again. It can't be one of these things where we design the architecture, we invest billions of dollars, and then we get distracted because of maybe it's budgets or maybe it's something else, but the rug gets pulled out from under us. The President wants to go, and he wants it to be sustainable. Here's the great thing that we have today that we didn't even have 10 years ago. We have commercial providers, many of which are in this room, that can help us get it done. We have the miniaturization of electronics. We have reusable rockets, which I heard Chairman Culberson talking about. We have the opportunity today to go back to the moon in a way that is sustainable, in a way that we've never had this opportunity before. And so, you know, the first thing we're going to do is the commercial lunar payload services, which is, right now we have a draft RFP out, and we're looking to get feedback on that. But ultimately, we're going to buy services. NASA will buy services to get small payloads to the surface of the moon in a commercial way. And that's going to be, I think, it's going to change the dynamic of how we do business on the moon. We're going to take those technologies and those capabilities, and we're going to feed forward to larger landers on the surface of the moon, ultimately to return humans to the surface of the moon. And I'll be really clear why we're going back to the moon. There's a number of reasons, but chief among them is that we want to go further. What we do at the moon, all of that technology, all of that capability, all of what we learn, whether it's the types of spacecraft or how we do in situ resource utilization, how we understand the physiology of astronauts on the surface of the moon, which is still unknown. You think about going to Mars, you're going to spend 6 months in a microgravity environment as an astronaut. You're going to get to the surface of Mars, you're going to be put under a gravity environment again, and you're going to have to work harder than you've ever worked before in your life just to stay alive. Well, knowing what we know about astronauts coming back to Earth, that's sometimes very difficult to make that adjustment early when you come back from the International Space Station. So what we can do with the moon, we can prove it out. We can send astronauts to the International Space Station for a period of 5 months, or any other commercial habitat for that matter, since some of those are represented here, and then ultimately go to the moon and see if being in a 1.6G environment, the physiology of the astronaut, maybe your cardiovascular system, repairs itself quicker. There's deconditioning that happens in a microgravity environment. Maybe that reconditioning happens faster when you go to a gravity well that's 1/6 that of the Earth. Maybe it doesn't happen as fast. We don't know. Of course, there's other challenges with the vestibular system. Maybe your vestibular system will recover much faster in a lower gravity environment. Maybe it'll take longer to recover. Again, we don't know. But what we do know is that if we can prove it on the moon, then when we go to Mars, we know what we're going to know. And the value of the moon is that it's only 3 days away. If something goes wrong on the way to Mars, if we haven't proven out all of our technologies and capabilities and the physiology on the way to Mars, it's going to be very difficult to get back in any time frame that's going to be good for the astronauts. So with that, there's a lot happening with NASA commercially. I'm very proud of it. ComStack is an organization, a FACA, that is important to inform us in many ways of how we're going to go forward, because the decisions that you make ultimately will reduce the costs on us. We buy a lot of access to space commercially, so thank you guys for your leadership on that. And with that, I'll just turn it over to a few questions, if that's okay, Mike.
Sure. Thank you, sir. So again, you heard how excited we are to have an administrator. Just to open up with a question, I'm curious if there's an update or any thoughts you'd like to share in terms of the deputy administrator. What direction you think we're headed there?
Yes, this came up the other day. This is an important time in American history. I'll say the same thing today I said 2 days ago. So we've got 2 commercial solutions to give us crew to the International Space Station, ULA and Boeing and SpaceX. Those are going to be launching very soon with humans on board for the first time since 2011, which was the last space shuttle that we flew. So I'm talking about launching American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. We haven't done that since 2011. Now we're going to do it with 2 commercial rockets, again, which has never been done before either, doing it commercially. On top of that, we have the SLS, which is going to take us deeper into space than we've ever gone before in human history. And that's going to be flying in the short term as well. While all that's going on developmentally, and I want to be really clear, the scope of that is larger than what was under development during the Apollo program. That's the no pun intended, but that's the gravity of the situation that is before your NASA administrator right now. These are big changes that are critically important with human lives at stake. There can't be any mistakes here. And on top of that, every day, of course, we have astronauts, even right now on the International Space Station, as you just saw, doing extravehicular activities, preparing the International Space Station for a new capability to get to the ISS, which is commercial crew. So this is all happening right now. So given what we are up against right now, given how important what we're doing right now, in my view, we need a space professional, we need a scientist, we need somebody who has been involved at NASA for a very long time. It would be beneficial to me if that person was an astronaut And of course, the person I've been advocating for is Janet Cavandi, who's here today with us. She is the center director at the Glenn Research Center in Ohio. So she's led large organizations, including at one time being the head of the astronaut office. And she's a PhD in chemistry. So if you're looking for the package that would be a great deputy, she has everything that would be appropriate at this juncture. So I'm advocating for her to be my next deputy. Thank you for the question.
Other questions from the ComStack membership? Deborah?
Okay, maybe a fun question.
Uh-oh.
So you're finally in the role, and it's super exciting. I know you've wanted it for a long time, and we're happy to support you. So is there anything that surprised you so far, either that you expected that isn't so, or that you didn't expect that is so?
A couple of things. Number one, and this is absolutely true, and I expected this. Everybody at NASA is exceptionally bright, without question. A lot of really bright people. What I didn't expect is how quickly everybody would want to give me their opinion. And they are not shy about sharing their opinions. And they're not very divergent opinions. Again, that's good as well. But it's been a lot to take in, though, but it's important that we understand that there's a lot of different directions that NASA could go ultimately on a whole host of different things, and a lot of different opinions on that. So that, again, that's good, but it's not easy. And of course, as NASA administrator, I'm trying to set direction and policy, so that's been good. So I think I'll just leave it with that one. All good.
Oscar. Thank you. Thank you, Administrator Bridenstine. Oscar Garcia, Interflight Global. I'm the chair of the Safety Working Group on the new ComStack, and I'd like to bring the conversation of safety and praise that we live in the world's safest air transportation business, which is where I come from, and projecting that safety standard to the future is important. The relationship between industry and AST on the safety aspect has been exemplary, and I couldn't speak any higher about it. Now, with the National Space Council, the Space Administration, the mission oversight changes, I'd like to see that robust dialogue, the culture of safety that industry is showing, is continued, and it doesn't get repeated or diluted in too many FACAs or too many different groups.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. And this is an important point just philosophically for our country, for the agency that I serve, and of course for your committee. Here's what we know. What we do in space is critical. Space has changed our lives, the way we navigate, the way we communicate, the way we produce food and energy, the way we do disaster relief and provide national security, the way we do even things like banking. Banking requires a GPS signal. It is fun, the weather prediction and understanding Earth's climate. All of these things, require us to utilize space. It is critical that we maintain safety in space. Part of, you talk about Space Policy Directive 2 and the non-traditional space activities. A lot of you heard the Vice President talk maybe at the Space Symposium about space situational awareness, space traffic management, another issue that I'm sure this committee is very in tune with and dealing with. All of these are safety issues. But going back to what I think you might have been talking about specifically is the safety of humans. Again, a big challenge, because what we do in space ultimately is important for national security, it's important for discovery science, and we're doing big things, generational kind of changing, civilization changing kind of discoveries, and we need safety to be first, and here's why. We know that if a bad day happens at NASA, the entire world shuts down. The President of the United States will stop what he's doing, just like that, and he'll get briefed on it. And he'll be expected very quickly to give a speech to the entire world on the issue. The presidents and the prime ministers and the leaders of countries all over the world will stop what they're doing, and they will also do the same thing in their countries. We've seen this happen before. That's how significant it is to be safe as we do space flight. It's also important to note that as important, important as it is to stay safe, we also have to always be pushing the edge to go further, and that's what our astronaut corps has done, and eventually we're going to have commercial astronauts doing the same thing. And the reason we push it, you think back to the Apollo era and why we were taking such great risks in the Apollo era, and a lot of times it doesn't get talked about, but there came a day 11 years after we got done with the last Apollo mission, 11 years after that, we had a president announce the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI. A lot of people said it can't be done, it's too expensive, technologically infeasible. We can't accomplish that objective, right? But here's what's true. The former Soviet Union believed that we could do it, and they believed that we could do it because of the success of Apollo. They saw a political and economic and technological advantage of the United States of America that nobody had ever seen before, and because of that, they believed it could be done, and our president was saying, we are going to do it. They spent an immense amount of money and time and effort trying to undermine the Strategic Defense Initiative. At the end of the day, we spent very little money as a country, but it was a piece of the overall puzzle that resulted in the collapse of the former Soviet Union. So we have to understand that there is risk here, without question, and we have to do everything we can to avoid that risk. We also have to understand that what we are doing is a demonstration of our economic, political, and technological prowess. And we have to be willing to do big things as a country in order to continue to be great. Thank you for that question.
Soft power, ladies and gentlemen. Other questions from the Comstock membership? Hearing none, we'll go to the audience. And before you go, let me just acknowledge Thomas Evans, Director of the West Virginia Robotic Technology Center. If not for his efforts driving, I would not be here today. So thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Mike. Administrator Bridenstine, working as a director of the West Virginia Robotic Technology Center, you mentioned robotic satellite servicing. My team has worked extensively on that to support the Restore All mission. As that comes to realization, we're also looking to the future. We're looking to things like in-space assembly, planetary body exploration, and doing precursory activities before our astronauts get to Mars.
That's awesome.
Can you talk about the importance of that or the thoughts from your position?
Sure. I'll talk about it kind of policy-wise, legislatively, but certainly the technology and the capabilities that we derive from that is again, revolutionary and game-changing. So I get the question about robotics. I had it before, just not too long ago when I was testifying before the Senate Appropriations Committee. In fact, I think it was your senator that brought it up. That might not have been on accident now that I think about it. But here's the reality. You mentioned the National Space Council and the importance of the National Space Council, and you're talking about robotics, right? What we need to think about when we talk about robotics, National Space Council, we need a whole-of-government approach. This isn't about national security necessarily, although that's a piece of it. It's not about civil space and it's not about commercial space. It's about the American space enterprise. And robotic servicing of satellites could revolutionize the American space enterprise and put us in the lead for generations. That's how important it is. So when you think about just communication architectures, everybody is familiar with the large constellations in geostationary orbit that provide over-the-horizon communications. I, as a Navy pilot, Air Force pilot, after I was a Navy pilot, I've taken advantage of those capabilities. But what we're seeing now is we're seeing those constellations go from geostationary orbit down to low Earth orbit, and instead of one satellite covering a big chunk of the planet, we're going to have thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit with antenna that can be phased array antenna that can, or I should say electronically steerable antennas that can track the satellites. And so you can, have captured, a half a dozen satellites all at the same time. Here's my point in this. This global portable bandwidth will revolutionize access to the entire world for everybody in the world. All of the folks in sub-Saharan Africa that don't have access to the internet, people on islands that don't have access to the internet, all of a sudden everybody's going to be very connected because of the global portable bandwidth. So when you think about the interagency, what is NASA's role in that? When you think about the National Space Council and how we go forward, what the various agencies of the federal government, how do they play in that? Right? So if you're the Department of Defense, you're saying, okay, well I need global portable bandwidth, and I need it to be protected. I want frequency hopping for anti-jam capability, and I want encryption so that it can't be spoofed. By definition, those kind of constellations are far more resilient than today's constellations because there's thousands of them. Kinetically, they become, yeah, you can kill a few of them, but can you kill thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit, especially when you consider the fact that there would be maybe a dozen different constellations of thousands of satellites between 1,200 kilometers and below? Like it becomes very resilient kinetically. Then we've got to make it resilient from electronic attack and dazzling and spoofing and jamming and all the things that our competitors are advancing. So that's how you think about it from a DoD perspective. That means what the National Space Council could say is, we need to get in front of this. We need to make investments today because commercial satellite operators that are providing, internet broadband from space, internet from space, they're not necessarily going to make those investments on their own because it's not part of their business model. But if the DoD wanted to take advantage of those capabilities, well, here's your opportunity to do it. We just need to make investments early. The other thing we could think about is hosted payloads on each one of those thousands of satellites. Opportunities galore right there for weather and a whole host of other capabilities. So there's another interagency piece. Maybe NOAA would be interested in this. NASA would be interested. So then the piece becomes, and this is what you were asking about, what is NASA's role here? Well, we're involved in robotics. And of course, your work there at the West Virginia Robotic Technology Center is a big piece of that. Now, if we're going to be involved in robotics, we can do, as you mentioned, Restore L, which is a fantastic mission, and I support it. But at the end of Restore L, we're going to be able to, restore a Landsat 7 satellite. And as you know, and I know, we need to go way bigger than that. We need to generate the technologies that feed forward to an architecture of maybe a dozen commercial companies, each of which take advantage of these robotic technologies, all of which will be servicing these satellites in low Earth orbit. And of course, I bring up the communication satellites because there's so many of them, there's huge opportunity right there. And so we need to think differently. Again, Restore L, great mission. We need to go beyond that, and I know I'm preaching to the choir on this. We need to go beyond that. We need to have an architecture that says the technology is going to be licensed to commercial operators who can then each launch dozens of satellites of their own to do the robotic servicing low Earth orbit. And it goes back to, as Comstock is aware, safety. It goes back to how do we provide situational awareness, space traffic management, how do we reduce collisions? Well, one way to do it is to make sure that satellites are serviceable and they're not just dead bodies floating around in orbit. So I think it's another reason to do this kind of activity. But each piece of the whole of government approach needs to be involved in these kind of capabilities. Robotic servicing crosses all of them. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Other questions from the audience?
University Consortium meeting a few years ago. You are our guest breakfast speaker. Thank you.
Oh, you
so
bet.
Tristan Fiedler with the Center of Excellence for Commercial Space Transportation, as well as Florida Institute of Technology. I wanted to get your thoughts on your vision for education at NASA, both through the Space Grant Program, the Office of Education, and broadly, the Center of Excellence for Commercial Space. We have 10 universities representing dozens of states as well as affiliate members. And I just would like to hear your thoughts on education and how higher ed in the United States can support your mission.
Absolutely. So higher ed is very involved already, and they will continue to be involved. So I'll share this for a lot of folks. Maybe some don't know. I used to be the executive director of the Tulsa Air and Space Museum. And before that, long before that, I was a child myself who went to museums, right? So one of the summer camps I went to one year was a summer camp where I got to interact with a wind tunnel. And I got to use an airfoil. And I got to change the airfoil and see how it would change lift and drag and do all of those things. And I knew at that point in my life that I was gonna be a pilot. The deal was over. I'm gonna be a pilot. That's what I'm gonna do. And then when I became the executive director of the Tulsa Air and Space Museum, I saw other children have that same experience. What's unique about NASA is that it is the only agency in the federal government that has this unique capability of getting children and just people in general to see a much different perspective of themselves in the universe. And it's inspirational. It's life-changing. NASA has that unique ability. And so I'm a big advocate of what NASA does in the STEM fields. We do have an Office of Education, and of course we've got the grants that you mentioned. All of that has resulted in life-changing experiences for children, and of course, even at the universities and even beyond that. Researchers at universities are taking the data that we're getting from our satellites, and they're using that data to give great information to us as an agency. So all that is important. It's also important to note that the Office of Education is one piece in the total education capability of NASA. So every program also is involved in inspiration. And each of the 10 centers of NASA, they're involved in inspiration and education. So NASA has this great ability, and we're going to do more. And I fully support that engagement. We're looking at maybe changing the name instead of Office of Education, making it the Office of STEM Engagement. Because one thing I get worried about is some people might think that we're duplicating what other people do, and we really don't. We're about inspiration, we're about motivation, and that's what the Office of STEM Engagement is about, rather than education per se. So, yeah.
The administrator has been very generous with his time. If we have one more question, and then we'll go, Jeff.
Hi, Jeff Faust, Space News. To return back to the issue of authorization and continuing supervision, regardless of what agency takes the lead on that, what role do you see NASA playing in supporting that, particularly in areas like planetary protection, which Chairman Culberson earlier this morning emphasized the importance of for commercial as well as government missions?
Well, that's great. So NASA plays a role in providing technical advice for planetary protection specifically, and that's something that we will continue to do. Let's see, beyond that, say the question one more time? Oh, sure. So yeah, technical advice is the key thing, but also when you think about a lot of the technological advancement, we do science, we do research, we do technological advancement. You know, when you look at maybe the bill in the House and it focuses exclusively on these non-traditional space activities, and then you look at other bills that might be out there that we might soon see that will deal with space situational awareness and space traffic management, there's a whole other area there where NASA could be involved in developing technology, doing the research, doing, in fact, pilot programs, which I think is also important. The way I see it, Jeff, is similar to the way NASA is involved in UTM, Unmanned Aerial Systems Traffic Management, where this is a function of the FAA, and NASA doesn't want to be involved in air traffic management. But what we do want to be involved in is helping figure out what are the technological gaps and how do we fill those gaps, and then take those technologies and license them to a broader spectrum of people and share them with other agencies. And ultimately be a part of solving the problem, even though we're not going to manage the traffic within the National Airspace System. That doesn't mean, however, we could have a similar role for situational awareness, space traffic management, and certainly we could have a similar role for a whole host of technology demonstrations to include, or technical advice, as you mentioned, with planetary protection. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Ken. Before we lose him, I just want to acknowledge someone, Barry Plans from the Department of Transportation. He didn't make the ComStack, but he made it better. Everything from the table setup. To the idea of that ISS video. Thank you, Barry. So with that being said, let's break for an hour for lunch, and we'll resume the schedule. If everyone could be back by 12:30, we'd appreciate it. Thank you for your time. We'll see you soon.
I want to welcome everyone back to the afternoon session of the Comstack meeting. All right, thank you very much. We were having a discussion up here. The sun is making its way to the center of the atrium glass. It's going to get a lot warmer before it cools off. But the comment was just made to us that we may be nothing else, but we're the coolest FACA because everyone's sitting around wearing sunglasses. So good job, Deborah. I think you set the tone for us today. So this afternoon, we are going to have a couple of more very exciting speakers, but predicated upon their schedules today, we thought we'd go ahead and initiate this afternoon session with a initial discussion of the Comstack work program for this term. So for the folks who are not Comstack members, I thought I'd take a minute or two to describe the process that we've been through. I mentioned in my remarks this morning that the Comstack Charter was signed last June, and that charter is in effect for 2 years. So we are already, this is a spoiler alert, we're already working on the updated charter to get it submitted because we don't want A, to have it expire again, but B, more importantly, we're, I think, a little bit more, our thinking is a little changed in the events of the last 18 months about what potentially we could add into the charter to make it a more robust tool. So after we got the charter signed, we turned our attention toward the membership, and the membership has been a process, and you know, we're delighted with the outcome, certainly, of our slate of Comstack members. But equally important, we also undertook, and the we in this case, by the way, I would say was somewhat organic within the FAA, the Office of Commercial Space Transportation. We put together another document, and we called it a terms of reference, for lack of a better word. What we were trying to do when we established the terms of reference was just to give everyone, and particularly the new members, a basic set of guidelines on how this committee would operate, you know, how the meetings would be conducted, expectations of the working groups, et cetera, et cetera. It's fairly high level, but it provided at least some initial guidance toward our ability to fulfill the objectives of the Comstack itself. And then the third piece of that puzzle actually came once the slate of members were developed. We in this case then expanded to include the Mikes, as Tom and I refer to them, Mike Gold and Mike L.A., as chair and vice chair respectively, and myself and Tom as the AST folks that are involved with Comstack most directly. And we put together a proposed list of priorities and sent those to the Comstack members. And what we were suggesting with that, it would become the beginnings of our Comstack roadmap, and then allow us more quickly to go into some defined work areas and get some work groups set up with subject matter experts to look at those priorities. So that in a very quick fashion, a high-level way, gives you some idea of how we, as a steering group, and again that refers to the Mikes and to Tom and I, about how we would like to conduct the business of this committee, and hopefully from the members we'll get input to continue to make that process better. So what we're going to spend a little bit of time on now is providing an overview of some of the key areas that we see figuring into the Comstack work program for the foreseeable future. And we've got some folks that are going to talk to you a little bit in detail about what each of these 5 areas is intended to be about, and more specifically the kind of input that we're looking to enlist from Comstack. And to get things started, we have under the item number 1, we called, it's somewhat governmentese, necessary facilities covered by a site operator's license. So I'd like to invite my colleague Stuart Jackson to come on up and walk us through this topic.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone had a decent lunch. I don't know if they're going to put up the question or not. Would someone put the, okay. All right. So what I want to do is just touch on a few things. The question that we have here for necessary facilities, it's really three parts to that question. And I want to go through each one of those parts very, very quickly. The first part is what are the necessary facilities that should be covered by a site operator's license. And what we mean by that is that, to give you some examples, there are certain facilities that are connected to the preparation for launch, close to launch. And they could be some facilities such as, I'll give you an example of what some would be maybe like a facility for fueling a vehicle on the runway. There may be something that's off to the side. It could be an area where you have taxing, whether you're taxing a vehicle. Another area could be, in this particular case, if it's a necessary facility, how about safing the vehicle? I mean, we know that when the shuttle comes back, there was certain preparations that had to be done before even the crew came off the shuttle. So the point is that when trying to look at it, the whole idea behind these are what are those necessary facilities that we might want to consider. And I think that's what we're asking ComStat to look at that. What are those things? I'm not trying to, at this point, say that what I gave as a suggestion are those facilities. You may look at that and say, no, it's not. And that's fine. But understanding what those facilities are, and then those are the facilities that are involved with the actual launch operations, close to the operations. Now, when I go into those areas, the second part of the question, it will be that what regulatory authority should AST have regarding facilities and operations within the boundaries of a launch or reentry site that are unrelated to the preparation of the launch vehicle. And what that could be, and thinking again ahead of what those types of facilities would be, maybe something in the sense of a static fire for an engine that's not connected to that launch preparation. That may be a facility that is uninvolved in the preparation of that facility. Or it could be even where we're having airports and spaceport coexist. There may be items and facilities on that airport that is not related to launch in that particular case. And the last part of that question is that if none, if you come back and say there aren't any, how should these unrelated facilities and operations be managed or be handled or be treated? There may be a point where you may have where that particular facilities, we should not at all have any authorization on it, but we should not be concerned, me being AST, be concerned on how that facility is being taken care of or managed simply because of the fact that it's unrelated to the operations. But then again, there may be some that might have some type of connection that you may want to handle a different way. Could be state, could be local, or could be even the business alone. So in short, and I've taken up a lot of time up here, but the point is that we are very concerned about addressing the necessary facilities because of one thing, that things are happening, changing in the industry as a whole. Airports, with spaceports, there are other facilities now that the boundaries that we're using for a lot of the sites are changing and spreading out and wanting to adding other operations in. It could even be fuel storage and so forth. So we're seeing those boundaries that once were basically almost around the runway, for example, for horizontal launches, they're around the entire facility and including other areas in the boundaries. So we really would like from you to really come back with some of the ideas of what you would consider that a necessary facility would be, and what we should be, maybe what AST should be authorized to regulate in those areas. Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry.
Thanks for that presentation. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what the problem is that you're attempting to address here. Is it purely the property damage and liability issues, or are there other issues that, besides the property damage and liability issues?
Well, one of the, what it is, we do have the property damage and liability, but one of the main drives that we have had is that we did not necessarily define in the existing regulation 420 what necessary facilities are. In that existing regulation, there is a footnote that talks about necessary facilities. And that what we wanted to do is make sure that we understand, that we get an idea of what the industry feels necessary facilities are in that regard. And of course, you're going to look at, because if it's under the launch, you are going to be looking at or be concerned with any type of loss and so forth, as you indicated. But it's the idea of defining that. We have not defined it, and we wanted to get some help in what that definition should be. In order to do that, we need to understand what the industry feels necessary facilities are.
Okay. Is there an analogy on the airport side for necessary facilities? I don't know. I mean, I'm asking the question. Maybe it's something we on the ComStack should look into.
And I would say yes, we can look into, because if you look at an airport has facilities to operate aircraft.
Yeah.
And if you look at a launch facility that is part of that, it's going to probably have facilities that needed to prepare for launch. So when you look at those two, of course, you could almost say, yes, the airport will handle their facilities, and AST will handle theirs, but are there anything else that's unrelated that we have to deal with? So it's more than just a quick answer to it. I think it does need to be a little research and looking into that, and that's part of this as well.
Maybe it would, in the airport analogy, you may include maintenance facilities that aren't really tied to actual operations.
Exactly. Or it could be maintenance facilities that are mixed.
Yeah.
Combination. I mean, when you look at the dynamics and the diversity involved, it could be a number of things that could happen, because we are looking at not so much the present but the future. All right, and as was brought up earlier, how this industry is changing, and so that's the goal.
The fundamental challenge here is that as the industry grows.
Microphone.
The fundamental challenge here is that as the industry grows, the mixture and variability from one operation to another seems to be expanding. So while some operators may find themselves perfectly fine with a runway at an airport because the airport has everything else it needs, other operators may want more than what that airport has to offer, including facilities from scratch that they build themselves. So you could go from one operation where the only thing that is not covered by somebody's existing regulation is the vehicle itself, and perhaps something unique to that vehicle, maybe the type of propellant they're using, to others where everything that they build is from scratch to support their needs in a green field. And the challenge then becomes, when you look at the regulatory approach, one size clearly will not fit all, and so you may end up with a series of boxes checked, and one box says runway covered by the airport, no need for AST to provide any regulatory input here. Fuel loading for the aircraft, check, already covered by the airport, no need for AST to provide input here. But there may be other facilities where those things do not exist, and AST will need to provide support. So in the end, are you trying to make sure that you've got at least all the bases covered for what we can imagine today and tomorrow?
Yes, well, and I would say definitely yes to that, because we want to be able to look at what those bases are, as you indicated. Now, you also would have, and I'm going to bring this up because while you were talking, you're thinking about this. When I say facilities, it may not necessarily be some structure, something like that. It may be location. It may be I need a certain distance that you may need from the public. I'll give you, for example, you may have a situation that we already have where you have an aircraft, a captive carrier aircraft that's taking off from an airport. Now, you have some concerns with public. Now, that public would be, well, if I look at what I believe what a lot of air shows use, they use something like 500, 600 feet from the runway. Now, that can fit, that can be satisfactory for the the area that the public's going to be sitting, the stand and so far, the facility that you're going to have off the side for spectators to be. You can say, all right, we're going to put them 600 feet away from the airport. That may be sufficient for what AST we need for the protection of the public, and yet can also satisfy the airport in a sense for their type operations in the air show. So it's that type of diversity that I'm talking about. I'm throwing this out for that point that I don't want anyone to get locked into a certain way, but be more open-minded on what those necessary facilities would be needed. And as you stated, Livingston, it's how it's being used. Can it be used in jointly or not? Things of that sort. Oh, yes, sorry.
So just to clarify, I think your last comment may have done that. Necessary facilities does not have to be defined by who has the site operator's license. It can be something that's owned by a third party. It can be something that is jointly used by multiple entities. So who owns it and controls it is not necessarily a criteria for necessary. Is that what I'm?
You said not necessary criteria?
A criteria for the definition of necessary.
If I understand you correctly, you're saying that it does not necessarily be something that is necessary for the site operator to satisfy.
The site operator doesn't have to have either control or ownership of a facility to have it be necessary, for the definition of necessary.
Okay.
Question mark,
Okay,
not an assertion, a question mark.
All right, I see. It's not necessarily the launch operator that has that responsibility. It could be the user that has the responsibility, is what you're saying, for that necessary facility for their operations. That is correct, yeah. Yeah, I believe that you can look at it that way as well. Or I'm not going to lock it in on any area. I think this approach should be really open. I mean, we could filter out anything that's different, but I really want people to be open so that we can try to figure out what the definition of necessary facilities would be, or should be. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'll be happy to talk to anyone later on. It'll be fine. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so the second item, and the thing I realized I didn't mention, so there's actually many more work areas that we've outlined. We just took some representative samples of kind of the tranche of work areas that we suggested for this initial roadmap. And we've already grouped these topics, obviously, into our proposed working groups. So you might guess that the conversation that was just summarized will be a focus for our infrastructure working group in the weeks and months ahead. And certainly by our fall meeting, we'll be able to begin reporting out. So this next area will fall, cleverly enough, under our safety working group. And I'm going to ask Mike Allais if he can provide a summary of this area, please.
Sure. So this, I'll be happy to pass this on to Oscar at some point, but this sort of fell out of the work that was started under the standards heading. And as the working group morphed from being focused only on standards to something more broad, of which standards is only a part, which is safety. And another aspect of this is there a system that we can copy or model after existing today in the FAA? And there's certainly, both at NASA and within FAA, reporting systems that are used to, I'll say, discuss anomalies that occur either in operations or in testing that might provide lessons learned that would benefit other operators. Some of the challenges that we face are that in the commercial spaceflight world so far, there are so few operators they tend to operate very different vehicles that it's hard for somebody to make a report about something without revealing a lot about who the operator was. So that's an obstacle, because that's going to keep companies or make companies reluctant to participate in such a system, perhaps if they feel that there are data that they'd like to protect. So this is really a question that I think we need to talk about within the working group is what model can we try to follow, or do we have to reinvent one, or is this just too hard because the industry is too small? Would you like to add anything, Oscar?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, the main challenge, as you pointed, is this is an ultra-competitive, nascent industry. So we're looking at examples outside of the space flight or even the flight realm, such as motor racing, ultra-competitive disciplines that, when it comes to safety, they come together to cooperate. So we're looking in that direction. But the important thing about reporting elements of safety, in addition to the competitiveness issue, is that they point out risk areas that later we want to manage and standardize. So as we left the standards process in place, now it's time for us to share clues or happenings that can point to risk elements that then can be standardized. So that's a very important part of the safety work.
I'll keep talking while Dee's occupied. But this is the challenge that we have, again, is to try to get companies to participate in this, because we do feel like history has had examples where if a practice or if characteristics of an anomaly had been reported to the wider community, then a mishap might have been avoided down the road. So that's sort of the goal that we're after.
And I may just chime in too that, of course, our work is not occurring in a vacuum, and there's a number of different government efforts going on right now in this area, one of which is DARPA Confers. Another is within NASA HEO, the International Space Standards, that's working on LOP-G. And even with the power propulsion element, there's going to be, as you heard the administrator talk about, we're going to try and create the safety standards. Industry is going to take a cut at that. So I almost wonder whether it would be good if we could even begin to synthesize and at least understand and list out all of the different government safety and standard efforts that are going on. My fear is that they start contradicting each other or going at cross purposes.
I guess I also wanted to make the point, and we've had this discussion certainly within AST. I mean, this is truly an area that I think the commercial space industry can leverage some of the best practices of the aviation industry. So, Joe, I'm looking at you guys because, again, aviation went down this road many years ago, and you know, it was the same set of concerns or worries that the aviation industry expressed that I'm hearing as I talk to stakeholders about the you know, what a potential sharing of safety information might look like. And I think we've gotten pretty good at de-identifying data that shouldn't be out there. But I think, you know, it's certainly something that we can figure a way out, you know, with ComStack's concurrence, that we spend some time listening to the aviation community about how they move forward and address some of the concerns, and see if we can, you know, borrow some of those best practices. So I think some good opportunities there.
One of the things that's unique about this industry is the fact that the designers, manufacturers are also the operators, which is a little bit different than the mature aviation industry. I suspect as this industry matures, we may not see that model, but that makes it much more difficult. It's easier for an airline operator to report a failure in a piece of equipment they didn't design and manufacture than it is for the company who's responsible for building it.
Fair point. But I, you know, just in the interest of trying to figure out what has worked and what hasn't worked. And there's a lot of other differences. I mean, I recognize all of that, but it's simply a thought.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's other industries that fall into that designer, builder, operator model too as well that faces similar problems.
So maybe one other consideration is anything around export or ITAR issues, because a lot of times the anomalies then get into the how and why, and that gets into export control areas, which is really difficult. I mean, that already exists in the insurance side of you know, who can see what, so that might fit in, because it's, you know, what is reported and then what actually comes out of it as a result.
Deborah knows I can't resist the export control bait,
I
right?
tee that up
So
for you.
yeah, thank you. Yeah. So not only I think is that a very valid concern that Deborah raises, but I would take it a step further to say that even when you articulate standards or safety measures, that those very protocols or standards themselves could be export controlled. So I think we have to be very cautious how we do that. And particularly as we look at some of the experiences that DARPA confers is having, you know, that's intended to be an open process with international feedback, which adds another layer of complexity, another layer of difficulty when it comes to export control. So I think it's a critical point that Deborah makes that we need to pay attention to that so that we don't get into trouble and we make sure we know where that line is and don't cross it. Okay. So I think we're good there then. Any other questions, comments? Okay. I think we're ready to move on then. If we do we want to go to the taskers after this?
We're going to just go to the next area. I just want to finish our descriptions. Next slide, please. So this one, when you read it, it's pretty straightforward, best practices and processes and interaction and things. And it may strike some folks as a little odd that we put this in here as one of the focal areas for ComStack, but I'll explain why, since I was the one that I think wore you guys down that I thought this should be in here. So many speakers have talked today about the regulatory reform effort that we're going through and the schedule that we're on to have a notice of proposed rulemaking for launch and reentry licensing published by February 1st, 2019. But it's very clear to us in AST and elsewhere in FAA that the regulatory improvements are only one part of the solution toward assisting the industry and improving safety and efficiencies and all that. And so we have actually put aside some of our resources to start focusing on just some pretty mundane things like automating processes within AST and building some interfaces potentially more aggressively into the operational work of the National Airspace System. But what we're thinking is that in many ways we acknowledge, and I've certainly talked to some of the industries, that you all have systems in place and that we need to know a lot more about that in order for us to do our requirements development and all of that. So that's really why this is here. We're asking the ComStack to help us help you. And we'll talk about this a little bit more when we get the working groups together. But we think this is a pretty high-ticket item, particularly if we're talking about ultimately automating the licensing process and to what extent we can have, the transparency not only of where an application might be in any part of the process, but we see, what are the allowable interfaces into company systems that, again, we can see what's happening, you all can see what's happening with us. So it's, I think it's a pretty exciting project, and we hope to get some pretty near-term, at least immediate recommendations from ComStack so we can get some of the work underway. Any questions?
Sorry. I did have a comment. And first of all, Dee, let me compliment you and the AST for even asking this question. I have often said that, let me go back. We talk about that promote authority that AST has and the regulatory, and there's some who see a conflict there. I actually see a compliment, that it's the fact that you want to get to yes is why we get questions like this, and that you come from a place where you want industry to succeed. Far too many regulators, you're guilty until proven innocent. And the AST has always been the flip of that. So I just want to compliment you for, again, posing and pushing for that question. I do want to add, though, that as we talk about regulatory streamlining, and you've already heard quite a bit about it today, the Article 6 issue. And I have been talking about this, as you all know, for years. You're probably tired of hearing me raise it. But when we talk about streamlining, I get concerned that for many of the key commercial activities that you've heard described today, whether it's satellite servicing, private sector space stations whose time is coming, asteroid mining, commercial lunar rovers, which we haven't talked about, those are being caught in a regulatory purgatory. And we can try and streamline all we want, but without Article 6 resolved, we're building on a faulty foundation. And AST has done what they could to try and act as a Band-Aid on this scenario, but I truly hope that we can resolve that, because again, without that strong foundation, we are just going to be looking at ad hoc solutions, a lack of transparency, a lack of predictability. And if I can just echo what the administrator said, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's get something done, and if not perfect, we can move forward. But we need solutions, because if we don't do that, it's all going to move overseas.
Can I just make a comment? This is Megan Mitchell.
Yeah.
I appreciate the recommendation here to look at internal AST processes, but I'd also like to raise a question about the fact that Comstack is now looking at the aviation community and the fact that the FAA has orders in place and certification plans that they use when you talk about basically certifying aircraft. That's a process that they developed with the industry, and it has worked and shown successful. I'm curious whether or not, with Comstack asking AST to look at developing their own orders that would guide how the office goes through a licensing process, as well as certification plans that do provide that transparency as you go through reg reform, considering having orders and internal guidance to AST that doesn't have to be written into the regulations specifically, but could be used as a way to communicate with the industry partner throughout the process of a license and setting things up from the beginning so everybody knows what's due in a license process.
Yeah, Megan, that's a great comment. I mean, certainly an area of a lot of discussion. And I would say, I mean, I've only been in AST for a year and a half, but my sense is that these kind of conversations have been going on for a long, long time. And I would say as AST continues to evolve its relationships, not only outside but within FAA itself. I mean, it kind of goes back to the comment I was making about how do we intelligently share safety data. There's a lot we can learn and pick up from what's happened in aviation already. And so I think we have a perfect opportunity now, right? So the conversation of what is guidance, what is orders, what is standards, what is this, what is that, what bucket does it go to? I mean, it's a daily occurrence. So I can absolutely promise you're going to be hearing more from us on that. We just don't have it all figured out right now. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Oh, no, you've used up your share, Mike.
Yeah, we probably wish you kept it that way too as I get into this. So, Megan, as you well know, I think another issue that we have to talk about and consider that's going to be challenging for everyone is the national airspace. And we need to make sure that there is a objective and balanced discussion when it comes to that. As we look at this building in the aviation field, we're a minority in space. And I get very concerned in terms of the equities of that discussion. And again, I'm not saying we need to go too far one way or the other, but there needs to be an objective and balanced discussion that takes into account the innovation and what space can bring, while at the same time maintaining safety. I think we still have some of our ALPA members here who I'd been having a conversation with previously. So I see it as the duty, particularly of this committee, to make sure that that conversation is had in a fair, equitable, and objective manner that looks at, again, what's best for the country from a more holistic perspective.
Mike, I think that that's absolutely right. And certainly, I mean, these conversations, as you're well aware, are going on through other arcs now, airspace access, and to a limited extent, some of our space work categorization. But I'm going to put Dwayne Freer on the spot just because I'm looking at him. So Dwayne is out at the FAA Command Center, and he's got the responsibility for organizing all the moving parts when we are planning for a launch. But maybe, Dwayne, just a couple of minutes about some of the things that you are looking at and where you see things evolving in the future, just kind of general information.
Yeah, thank you, Dee, and I appreciate the opportunity. We're looking at all different kinds of things. The commercial space operations has been a paradigm shift for us over the last couple of years. So in the near term, we're looking at processes and procedures and how we can make the airspace more efficient. And we're working on the ARC, and that's been a great opportunity. We actually had the ARC out to our facility a couple months ago, and I'd like to extend the invitation to anybody in here that would like to come out. I think it was a great learning opportunity for everybody to see what we do and how we do it. So we had that opportunity. We're working on the commercial space integration team on longer range activities, and the next gen office on SDI and other opportunities and technology that we can exploit to make that more efficient and to integrate better in the future. So a lot of activity going on and a lot of opportunities out there. So thank you, Dee. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Dwayne. So what Dwayne was just mentioning is, at the, and I think Carl mentioned it too, the Airspace Access ARC and the Spaceport Categorization ARC have the benefit of having both the space and the aviation communities. And it's been, an intense education effort for both communities to understand each other's language, understand each other's operating environments. And Mike, I want to circle this back to your comment because I think it's absolutely valid. I think any kind of a thoughtful and forward-moving conversation about equities or otherwise has to be built with a mutual understanding of what the issues are. So I think we're working toward that. I'm encouraged. I mean, we're having dialogues that, as recently as 5 years ago, I don't think ever would have taken place. And that's true both within and without or external to FAA. Jennifer, I think you wanted to make a comment?
The Airspace Access ARC. Again, I really commend the FAA on that. It's bringing together not only unmanned, manned, and space, but it's also bringing together parts of the FAA. So it's kind of transcending all of the relevant stakeholders. What I'm curious about is, how does the ComStack help overlap, intersect, inform, or vice versa, what's going on in the ARC? Because I know there's a lot of overlap potential of policy, and there's active dialogue going on there, which is very valuable. One of my teammates is on that. So if you could maybe share how you see, to avoid duplication, but to maybe reinforce the effort. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer, and that's a good point. So, this is pretty extraordinary by anyone's estimation that the Office of Commercial Space at the FAA is actively managing 3 aviation rulemaking committees simultaneously: regulatory reform, airspace access, and spaceport categorization, and standing up an advisory committee. I would like to say it was a well thought out plan that just manifested itself. But it wasn't. It was an error of timing in a lot of ways. But I think it makes your question all the more relevant. So ARCs are finite. They're established for a specific purpose for a specific time. The ARCs have slightly different durations, the current ARCs, subject to change. The reality is that we're going to have to, I'm looking past Mike L.A. Sorry, Mike L.A. The reality is that we're going to have to be very thoughtful and deconflict. And not to say that these groups, because actually many of you are just wearing a different hat depending on the meeting that you're going to, but that we're messaging the information that's coming out between the groups and then building on that. And a lot of that, and again, it's more in the details of the proposed work program for the ComStack, where you'll start seeing the attributes of some of the questions or even some of the advances we're making with the ARC. And I would say that, you know, certainly our intention as we sit here today is that the ComStack is a long-term thing, you know, and we'll keep it going, and it will build on the work of the ARCs. And also, I can't rule out that there wouldn't be additional ARCs. I mean, frankly, the advantage of being able to pull an ARC together is it's incredibly flexible for a government pseudo-advisory group, you know, where ComStack, like any other advisory committee, is subject to a lot of rules and restrictions. So they both mechanisms have their advantages and both have their disadvantages. So, you know, I'll look certainly toward the ComStack members to challenge us when they start hearing the same thing in all different places, and it doesn't seem like we're making any progress. Any other question on this this topic? We're going to continue to move through our schedule this afternoon. As I mentioned at the onset, is we have a couple of other very exciting speakers. There's been a little bit of a delay, so we're going to continue plowing through these proposed work areas. Next slide. This is a perfect lead up to the question that came up about Mike's question about airspace access and Dwayne's discussion about some of the advances we are currently implementing and planning for in terms of improved technologies and procedures to better integrate into the national airspace system. And my colleague Dan Murray, where did he go? There, oh, you're quick. Dan is going to walk us through this next work area.
Thank you, Dee. My name is Dan Murray. I'm the manager of the Space Transportation Development Division, AST 100, and I'm here to talk about acceptable level of risk. So the space industry and the aviation industry, of course, have developed at different times under different circumstances, and so have the safety standards that have been used in these two industries. They've developed at different times under different circumstances. Frankly, the increasing frequency and complexity of commercial launch and reentry operations have caused the FAA to review how it protects aircraft and passengers relative to these differences. So we're a safety agency, a safety organization. We are always looking at safety, but we're taking a particularly close look at the difference of these two standards here just recently and what that means. So at the risk of going too deeply into the numbers, it's hard to talk about this, though, without going into the numbers. So the FAA's air traffic organization provides a safety service during a launch and reentry operation. They provide notice to other airspace users of potentially hazardous activity through the publishing of notices to airmen. They alter air traffic flows to prevent conflicts, and they prevent aircraft from entering into airspace in the vicinity of a launch or reentry operation. The ATO has established a target level of safety at which they provide their air traffic services. And it's certainly based on the frequency and volume with which they provide these services. And it's set at a very high number of no more than high in the sense of being low, actually. No more than one catastrophic accident per 1 billion air traffic control operations or flight hours, where a catastrophic accident is defined as an accident that results in a fatal injury to a person on board the aircraft or a hull loss. And an air traffic control operation could be many things, but it could be simply a single clearance provided from a controller to a pilot. Currently within AST, many of you know this very well, we have a target level of public safety for individuals of no more than one casualty in 1 million launch or reentry operations, where we define a casualty as a serious injury requiring hospitalization or fatality. And in practice, the regulations restrict access to the public from locations on the ground, on the sea, or in the air, where the 1 in a million individual risk requirement cannot be met. And in the air, we call these areas aircraft hazard areas. We've also used the term segregated airspace at different times, since air traffic controllers are providing air traffic services that segregate operations occurring within these aircraft hazard areas from other airspace users. So there's a difference in terminology and underlying assumptions that goes into both of these safety standards. And as hard as we could to try to work to translate or map between the two of them, and the FAA has spent a considerable amount of time over the last almost 2 years trying to do this, they don't match up. In fact, they don't directly compare. But fortunately, they are not quite as different as they may appear numerically. So you hear 1 in a billion, you hear 1 in a million, you're thinking that's several orders of magnitude difference. But fortunately, the way that we, in particular in the commercial space world, compute 1 in a million and apply 1 in a million, it's actually a relatively conservative estimate of the risk, and it's actually closer to 1 in a billion than it may appear. But I'll get into that more in a minute. So the fact is that they're different. And that has been the focus of our work within the Office of Commercial Space and the Air Traffic Organization. And even more broadly, we've worked with aviation safety, we've worked with NextGen, we've worked really across the FAA to try to tackle this problem. And there were a couple of different ways we could go forward. Certainly one way we could go forward would be to impose one industry standards on the other. But this could have some pretty drastic negative consequences. Since in launch and reentry for public safety, we achieve that primarily using segregated airspace. And so to impose a more strict level of safety on a commercial launch or reentry operation would mean that we would be increasing the amount of segregated airspace, and that would become extremely detrimental to the airspace system's efficiency and capacity. An example we like to cite is a launch from Cape Canaveral that is perhaps going on a space station trajectory and going over Europe. Well, if we were to, instead of computing the aircraft hazard area for that mission at a 1 in a million probability of casualty, and instead computed it at a 1 in a billion probability of fatality, the hazard area associated with that would start off the coast of Florida, and it would go uninterrupted all the way over Europe and even into Asia. So protecting that kind of an airspace, basically a hemisphere's worth of airspace, would be a very challenging problem. At the same time, continuing to ask air traffic controllers to provide air traffic services to different types of operators conducting different types of operations at different levels of safety can be pretty problematic as well. So we do have some slides and backup slides on these that we can step through, but I don't know if we can get those up, but I'll just keep going with this. Instead of taking that approach of putting one industry standard on the other, we went with what we have ended up calling the acceptable level of risk approach, and we believe this is a reasonable compromise between the two safety levels. What it is procedural changes that the Air Traffic Organization implements in the way that it manages traffic around a launch or reentry operation. These changes incorporate 3 key elements. The first is the application of an intermediate adjustment in individual risk. So it's an intermediate step between 1 in a billion and 1 in a million. Secondly, it applies operational restrictions that more carefully manage the exposure of individual aircraft during a launch or reentry operation. And lastly, it employs a new collective risk limit. And I say new, where those of us in the space industry know that we use both individual risk and collective risk to address public safety, and we've done that for a very long time. In the air traffic world, that's a fairly new concept, applying a collective risk limit in addition to an individual risk limit. So the individual risk limit, as I mentioned, is an intermediate adjustment, and it is set to 1 in 10 million probability of fatality. And we picked that number because, as I mentioned before, the way we currently compute aircraft hazard areas at a 1 in a million likelihood of casualty actually is about an order of magnitude safer than that, based on some modeling intricacies that we can get into at a different time. But what that does is, by using 1 in 10 million probability of fatality, it allows the FAA, it allows the industry, it allows all of our safety partners to continue to compute aircraft hazard areas the way they always have, and then to apply those. So what we do then is we take some operating restrictions and we do apply those to those aircraft hazard areas. And these are procedural steps, again, that the traffic managers and controllers take to control the exposure of the airplane. And the way that typically works is you would have air traffic routes that are in the vicinity of a particular trajectory, and the air traffic managers would identify which of those routes cross the trajectory and do so at an angle that is sufficient to allow the airplane to cross and not be exposed to a higher level of risk. At the same time, if we have routes that are parallel or near parallel to the launch trajectory, or if we have airplanes performing operations like circling or hovering, the traffic managers and the traffic controllers have to prevent those from occurring too close to the operation. So while we continue to look at aircraft transiting the area at a level of risk at a 1 in 10 million or below 1 in a billion level, if there is a risk to an aircraft that is above 1 in a billion, again the air traffic target level of safety, we count that as what we call an exposed aircraft. And this is how we apply the collective risk limit. We tally the number of exposed aircraft from each launch or reentry operations, and we computed a limit, an annual limit, on the number of exposed aircraft that would reduce the likelihood of an accident occurring within any person's lifetime at a 95% confidence level. And without going into all the math, what that means is over a rolling 12-month period, we would look to have no more than 6,412 exposed aircraft. And the way we keep an eye on that is each launch and reentry, we figure out what the level of risk exposure is to aircraft transiting the area, and we tally those and keep reference of that versus that count. So we've applied this so far to commercial launch and reentry operations, in fact, more specifically, commercial launch operations, and even more specifically, flyback missions. But we're continuing to evaluate its application to the full range of launch and reentry operations. And we've done this incrementally in the sense that we've identified particular missions, we've looked to the degree that they are defined and designed, and data is available for us to try to apply this ALR approach to them, make sure that it works the way that we expect it to, and then of course we can apply it if we can going forward. So this does allow the FAA to achieve a higher level of safety during a launch or reentry operation than it has in the past, and it does so without drastic increases in the size of the segregated airspace and the associated impacts on the airspace that could cause. Further, it integrates aspects of both the aviation and the space industry safety standards. So in that regard, again, it represents an intermediate step between the two target levels of safety. However, doing so, it still requires the air traffic organization to accept a higher level of risk during launch and reentry than it accepts during other operations. And for that reason, the FAA intends to apply this approach only temporarily. We are anticipating that we will be able to develop technologies that will allow us to more dynamically manage the airspace in a way that we can accomplish safety at the ATO target level of safety without, again, having to increase the amount of segregated airspace. And the way we intend to do that is through technologies like the Space Data Integrator and technologies like the Hazard Risk Assessment Management capability. And what these do is they provide the FAA with an increased level of situational awareness during a launch or reentry operations. It allows traffic managers and the FAA to monitor a mission as it's occurring. In the event, as the mission unfolds, we can compute in real time the airspace that's affected by the mission, the extent of that airspace. When airspace is no longer affected by a mission, it can be released immediately. If we, in the event of a contingency, we can determine on the spot what the extent of the airspace is that's affected. We can compare that against the airspace that was protected in advance of the operation and ensure that it's sufficient. If it's not sufficient, we can look at the delta and we can look to address more airspace beyond what we had identified in the beginning. So it's a really dynamic approach to airspace. It's very automation based. It replaces a lot of processes that we currently do manually now that take us several minutes to undertake. We can do this sort of thing in a second or so. And again, that allows us to be much more dynamic not only in how we apply this approach, but also in how we manage the airspace overall. We have what we like to call our 3 R's: reduce, respond, release. And we're looking at technologies and building them into the NAS in a way that will reduce the amount of airspace we have to preemptively close in advance of a launch in order to ensure safety. We want to respond to contingencies in a timely manner in order to make sure we're maintaining safety. And of course, as soon as airspace is no longer affected by an operation, we want to release that back to the system for normal use. So these technologies are being developed as we speak. They're going through the FAA's acquisition management system process, and we're anticipating fielding them within the next 5 years. And by fielding those out into the future, as we're looking to, again, we're hoping that we're intending for the ALR approach to be temporary, in the sense that with these technologies available, we will still be able to address airspace at the 10 to the minus 6 level in advance of the launch, but we'll be able to address airspace at the 10 to the minus 9 level in the event of a contingency. So with that, I think I have a few minutes and we can take a few questions.
So Dan, that's fascinating. I mean, I had never heard of this concept, and I just want to read back what I think I understood. So when there's a launch, you look at the vehicle, the trajectory, you clear airspace based on these numbers, these probabilities. And so now that you're using some number that's between 1 and 10 to the minus 6 and 10 to the minus 9th, you are deviating aircraft less than you were before. Is that right?
We would be deviating them more than we had been in the past when we were working strictly at the 10 to the minus 6 level, but less than we would be if we were working at the 10 to the minus 9 level.
But you had been working at 10 to minus 9 up until now.
No, during launches and reentries, we've been working at the 10 to the minus 6 casualty level.
So could you, I mean, is there, I don't know what the figure of merit is, but I'm just curious, what is the difference in terms of, you know, I guess it'd be deviated miles overall between the 10 to the minus 6 and 10 to the minus 9 numbers?
It varies depending on mission type and trajectory, and even vehicle, because of course probability of failure is a factor, a key factor in computing these areas. The example I mentioned before is the one that we like to point to that really, I think, sums up the challenges of this. If you switch from a 10 to the minus 6 to a 10 to the minus 9, and you apply that to a launch off of Cape Canaveral, you're talking about a corridor, a band of airspace that extends uninterrupted from Florida over most of Europe into Asia. That's where the 10 to the minus 6 would extend out maybe 100 miles, a couple hundred miles, depending on the type of mission we're looking at. We're talking about going thousands of miles into Europe and Asia if we were to just strictly swap out the 10 to the minus 6 and the 10 to the minus 9.
Okay, well, in lieu of asking a bunch more technical questions, what do you want from the ComStack in relation to this concept?
So we're looking for feedback on this. We've established this approach, and it's been our goal to bridge this difference in standards. And we feel that we have taken what we believe is a reasonable step to find an intermediate point in the middle, and to bring in some best practices from the space world in the form of a collective risk limit in addition to an individual risk limit, and some operating limitations that again can kind of seek to find this compromise in the middle. And then on top of that, again, we're looking for this to be temporary. So we're looking at these technologies to come along in the very near future that can allow us to move back to where we were. So we're looking for the ComStack to give us some feedback on this approach. And of course, we can provide some information that goes into more of the technical details, because there's quite a bit behind this that we can then look for some feedback on and some ways forward.
It'd be interesting to take, I mean, what I see here is the nexus of the work you're doing and my world of insurance, where we have space insurance, particularly launch liability insurance for the launch operator. And then let's just take airlines as an example. There's airline insurance where the airline is insured against casualty, effectively, against liability to their passengers if there were to be an accident. So, and I dare say, and I have a couple of colleagues here in the room who are in the insurance business, and I might even look to them for some advice on this, but I dare say I imagine an aviation underwriter has probably never even looked at the casualty risk from launch activity. So it'd be an interesting discussion to have with the aviation insurance world.
It would, and I'm not familiar if that's happened or not, but that would be a very interesting input to this process.
The description you've provided has been statistical in nature. Are there models that you've run against specific types of launch vehicles, of specific locations, against specific air traffic environments, you know, in perhaps even Monte Carlo them, to see if those statistical values hold up in what we know today of likely operators out of likely locations.
We have to an extent. We have a working group I mentioned earlier that's made up of representatives from commercial space, air traffic, the Office of Airports, Aviation Safety, Next Gen, basically all of the lines of business. And after we had addressed this initially with respect to flybacks, we stepped back and asked ourselves, well, how would this apply to any launch or reentry operation? We came up with a list of the different types of operations based off of what we felt were the significant differences between those types. I want to say the list had something like 14 or 15 different types in it. And then we examined, using some analysis tools and available data we had on each of those different types of operations, how this could apply. And we also did look at different geographical locations to see how it would work. There were several types of operations where we just didn't feel we knew enough about how those operations would actually be executed in order to figure out whether this would apply as it has applied to a vertical launch or a flyback mission. And so those we're kind of keeping an eye on. No one is actually flying any of those yet. And as the industry gets closer to potentially taking on some of those types of operations, we'll be revisiting that again. There is another category of operations that, based on the dynamics of it, that they're far more vertical in nature than something going to orbit or coming back from orbit that has a large horizontal velocity component to it. And that had a big factor in the way that we can apply those operating restrictions. And without getting into a lot of the numerics again, we had to use a slightly different approach for a launch that is largely vertical, straight up and straight back down, than a launch that's going to orbit or coming back from orbit and has a large horizontal velocity component.
I think you just preempted my next question, was how flexible is the ALR approach? And it sounds like you've built flexibility into it based upon the vehicle type that you're dealing with.
We have. So one of our goals here, of course, was to implement this in a way that this is something that air traffic is applying. It's not something that is a new requirement on the industry. Of course, the industry will recognize this change, and that's part of the reason why we're here to talk about this today. But these are requirements that air traffic is placing on itself. And then the question is, well, how consistently can we apply those requirements across all of the different types of operations? And yeah, we are learning as we go. We have to admit that, because there's not as much familiarity with the different mission types that we may be facing in the future now, as opposed to what we hope to have in the future. But we are looking at it from that perspective.
So let's go with Dale, and then I'd actually like to hear from a launch provider in a moment. So,
One caution, you talk about real-time analysis every few seconds. I know on the space shuttle, when we would get in a little later in the count, if something was good, it was good through the remainder of the count. Same with other launches. I think one of the worst things could be you get in your terminal count, your last few minutes or whatever, and all of a sudden you say, we're red, we can't go because of our analysis. So more tools can give you more information. More information may scrub launches either for real or perceived reasons. So just be careful with unintended consequences here, because those scrubs become very, very expensive.
Absolutely, and that is something we are very conscious of. As we move in this direction, not just with ALR, but some of these other technologies, we're drawing the links between safety and system efficiency and capacity much tighter, much closer together, and where we implement capabilities and technologies that are intended to address one or both of those things, we have to think about the consequences of what happens if we can't apply those for whatever reason. And what does that mean to our ability to still be able to manage the airspace during a launch or reentry operation? At that time, if that data is not available, if there are other circumstances that are preventing us from following the plan that we had mapped out, what are our alternatives at that point that do avoid getting into situations like that? That's an excellent point, and one that we're very conscious of.
Megan, please.
Yeah, thanks for the explanation, Dan. The question is, I was wondering if you could speak on how AST looks at reusable vehicles and changing probability of failure, and how that impacts aircraft hazard areas, and whether or not ATO has accepted changes that have to do with reusability on a vehicle.
Yes. So the way we compute the individual risk, it is a function of probability of failure, and that is a unique value for each vehicle, even a vehicle on a particular mission, and it's based, of course, on a number of factors, but largely on the success or failures that that particular vehicle has incurred in its operating history. And so with the reusable launch vehicle, of course, we see opportunity for an individual vehicle to be flying over and over again, and as its successes mount, the probability of failure reduces. There's a certain amount of reduction in probability of failure that starts to make a significant difference in the size of the aircraft hazard area, and that is a function of a number of variables, where we could go and figure it out for every individual mission, and we do that sometimes because there is a difference from mission to mission that a hazard area could be reducing in size based off of success, and in doing so it opens up an air route that might have been closed otherwise. And that's the direction, of course, we want to be moving in as we look at these. At the same time, if the difference in the hazard area is not as significant, it doesn't make a difference really so much in terms of how the individual operation will be executed within the system. We might not look to make that change on a mission-by-mission basis. But for both an expendable launch vehicle and a reusable launch vehicle, we are taking into account the probability of failure, and that is a function of the flight history, and we're looking to account for that in all of our aircraft hazard area work. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. We've got the Congressman here, so we'll
All right.
cut off there for the moment.
Not a problem.
Let's have a round of applause for Dan, everyone. It's obviously a simple and easy issue he has there. So, to introduce Congressman Posey, former employee of Kennedy Space Center and chairman of Space Florida's predecessor organization, Congressman Bill Posey aims to maintain America at the forefront of space research and exploration. Congressman Posey wants to help develop space technology to ensure national security by addressing the vulnerability of military space assets and aiming to use American public and private resources to send American astronauts back to the International Space Station on American spacecraft. He introduced the RACE for Space Act, which was signed into law. The act helps American space companies compete in the global market by allowing private sector investment in Department of Defense infrastructure to meet commercial space launch needs. Congressman Posey has been a tireless advocate for space exploration generally and commercial space transportation specifically. Please join me in welcoming Congressman Bill Posey.
Thank you, Michael. This is my first visit to this wonderful building. What a pleasant surrounding to meet in, isn't it? If you're in the shade, anyway, it is, right? You know. I want to thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I want to pat on the back FAA and ComStack for putting this event together, and I want to thank my pal Barry Plans for inviting me. We're working so hard here, and I didn't notice his picture painted on the wall yet. I hope they're working on that, Barry, and you're certainly deserving. We're living in pretty good times right now if you like space, aren't we? Yeah, it really is. It really is. And, you know, from last year we had, 90 orbital launches, and this year we're on schedule for 180. I mean, that's like double in 1 year. That seems light years from the 2000 when we had basically given away all our launch business to foreign companies. I mean, I remember in the 80s where we had virtually every bit of the commercial launch market. But we kind of choked our golden goose a little bit. We overregulated it. We indirectly taxed it. And it really helped the French, for example, with their Ariane, which is basically a copy of our Delta. And even if they blew up every third launch, blew up every third payload, it was still cheaper because their government supported and subsidized the rocket business, and we choked the heck out of ours. And so what happened? They got so much of the business. It says a lot that we've come this far on building the relationships in most recent years between FAA and NASA and the Air Force and the commercial companies that we have now. I don't do CODELs. I don't do government trips. Went on one, always wanted to go to Israel. paid my own way to that. First person ever did that. I just don't do the trips for a number of reasons. But I make an exception for space. So when they said, how'd you like to go to Cruz? I mean, everybody wants to take a junket to French Guiana. I mean, that's such a beautiful place, right? And I go, yeah, actually, I do that. And I wanted to see what the competition was really up to. And I expected, anybody here been to Cruz, been to French Guiana, the European launch agency down there? Okay. Well, I was really shocked. I expected circa 1960 Cape Canaveral. But did I get my eyes opened? The launch facilities they have there are equal, or in some cases better, than any we have in this country. I mean, I was really shocked. I looked at their satellite processing facility. I thought we had the coolest place that there ever was. Actually, theirs is a little bit more of a show place than ours is. They gave me free access. They said you go anywhere you want to, but you can't take pictures in the Russian thing, and you can't take but they were really hospitable, and I think what I was most struck by when you talk about being customer friendly, like we've had at Kennedy before, we've had foreign nationals that are paying $1 million for a launch, and in 90 days the Air Force couldn't clear them. They were a security risk, so they couldn't come on property to watch the launch that they paid for, like it might be some kind of security risk, like they might blow up their own satellite or something, you know. And if they did get a pass, and they were blessed enough to get to watch their launch go up, they stood in a dusty, nasty old blockhouse and waited for the countdown, waited for the launch, and you know, on a good day, somebody might bring them a glass of water if it was, you know, it was too hot or whatever. Let me tell you how they do that thing at Cruz. They have an elegant Art Deco style launch control center. And I mean, the all glass, probably equal to a story or two here, outlined in bright red paint, you know, just really nice stuff. And it's surrounded by stadium seats, not the kind you see down here at the Washington National Stadium. These are the big lazy boy ones like you see in the new theaters with the drink holders on the side and the footrests that go out. And they've got several hundred of those seats that surround their main viewing area in their launch control center. That's how they treat customers. And because the French Foreign Legion has their jungle warfare training camp about 30 minutes away, you wouldn't think there's any more secure place in the whole world than all the guys you see around there with those exotic rifles and weapons and all kinds of fancy gear on. So they really put the dog on for anybody if you want to go see that place. You know it's the most secure place on the face of the earth, more secure than Fort Knox, it would seem, and it's customer friendly. They're glad you're there, and they treat you that way, and they let you know it. And so it was the answer to a lot of questions that I had of how did we lose, how did we parlay almost an entire 100% of the rocket market in about 5%. And I think I saw it in about, you know, a day and a half down there. It's just a lot of how you treat people, how the government works with the commercial sector. So anyway, we still have a lot more work to do, obviously. One thing we have to do is continue streamlining the laws and regulations so that we can keep pace with the needs of our commercial sector. That's one reason we've had a lot of increase in activity. That's why it's seen more friendly, and that's why we're gaining so much of it back. We need to keep doing that. Some really good milestones, you know, recent milestones that give me a lot of hope in the future. You know, I'm going into my 10th year here. For the last 7 years, the preceding 7 years, we did not have NASA funding authorized. Now, the budget hawks up here, of which I'm normally one, with this exception, say we shouldn't be funding anything, not a penny to anything that's not authorized. And I spent the last 7 years shaking in my doggone boots saying, oh, not this year, not this year, not till we can get NASA authorized. Well, NASA's authorized again. The President signed the bill. There's really no good argument now for not funding it and not funding it adequately. Space Directive, Policy 1, the President pushes NASA and our commercial partners to extend their vision and reach the outer limits of the solar system. It's been a long time since we've heard any concrete directives or concrete direction like that. Vice President Pence reestablished the National Space Council. That's a big deal for that you understand it. The general public doesn't understand it, but that is a big deal. And earlier this year, he had just about the entire cabinet down at Kennedy Space Center for the first meeting. Well, did he think everybody just needed to take a hike? No, I think he felt that it was important that besides just reading about space or thinking about space or hearing rumors about space, that they get on site and look at this stuff firsthand and feel it, touch it, understand what's going on. There's great benefits to that. You know that. That's how you sell space. You know, you don't sell steak, you sell the sizzle. And what we always tend to do is try and sell steak, you know, and it's the sizzle that really sells it. And I appreciate the President taking the position that we're going to do that, sell a little bit of sizzle and get some people on site, let them get enamored with it, let them get excited about space like the rest of us are, and it's going to help us go where we need to go. So, you know, working together, this is really a wonderful time of opportunity, and if we continue to work together, we will reach the frontiers in space that we all want to go to. Be glad to take a question or two if I have any time left. Otherwise, thank you for your attention. God bless you and God bless America.
We always have some time for questions.
We got time? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's see what
Michael,
we have.
we got time for a question? We got a hand down here.
Yeah. What do we have here? Go ahead, Oscar.
Congressman Oscar Garcia from Miami, Florida, just down the street from you. I've been a strong supporter of space support vehicles for many, many years, and even helped draft the SOURCE Act back in 2013. Is this the year we are going to have space support vehicle legislation to get flying on spaceports?
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. We keep a casual, there's a lot of turnover. We keep what we call a HAT list, House Action Team list. And it's actually, it's Texans started it, but it's a roster of every member, and beside them on the different votes, we get a green if they've been with us, a red if they've been against us, a yellow if they're new and they don't have a record yet. We're losing a lot of greens right now. So I hope this next election cycle, I mean, there's so many people quitting, and some are going to get defeated, so it's going to be a major change for better or for worse in November. So I hope that we're going to get a lot of pro-space people. You know, in Florida, even in the legislature, in the state legislature, people thought that I was pro-space because it was parochial, because the Space Center was in my district. This is the honest-to-goodness truth. One time, we had a real quick meeting, a get-together about budget, about Space Florida, funding Space Florida, and this is when I was a state representative, and the former mayor of Melbourne, who was also a state representative, was off campus when we had the meeting, so we couldn't get him and loop him in it. And so the other side wanted to make an issue of it. Said, well, here they're having this meeting and they excluded this representative. Shame on them. So they went to him to try and get a quote. Now, this is a guy in Melbourne. This is a guy 20 miles from me. And he said, oh, I don't mind. That's a North Brevard County issue. Now, that's in my own county. It's a North Brevard County issue. And you know, the way we changed that is we did handouts that showed the benefits of space, the employments of space to every county, not virtually every county, but absolutely positively every county in our entire state. And we've attempted to do that up here, how it affects everybody in the legislature. I mean, they spread this work around so much to get these budgets passed that you can't find a district without some space benefits to it. And I can tell you some stories that would shock you. Some members' opinions of space or lack of knowledge about space in high places, but I wouldn't want to tell tales. Someday I'll write it in a book or something, but I wouldn't want to embarrass anybody now, but it's just really, really sad how poorly informed the majority of my colleagues are on the benefits of space. They just, you know, they don't realize the importance of national security. They don't realize the importance to our educational systems, to STEM, to our technological innovation and our advancement. The survival of our species, I used to mention that a lot of times, and in my newspaper would always take cheap shots at me trying to scare people into liking space, you know, when I talk about the survival of our species. And it wasn't until, 2 years ago, that relatively tiny, undetectable asteroid hit 1,000 miles from the nearest home in the Soviet Union, or in Russia now, and injured 1,200 people over 1,000 miles away. So they kind of got that a little bit, but it's been forgotten. But it is important to the survival of our species, and just people don't like to think about that. That's not a positive thing that they like to dwell on, but it's a reality.
And I just want to acknowledge and thank the Congressman. He's done a lot of efforts to reach out to members who have not normally been in the space process, and you've held those caucuses for staff and members to educate them on the space issues. They've been very helpful on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for mentioning that. Actually, you know, we've had some really good fellows in Congress. You can have fellowship programs, and so we can get somebody from DOD or the CIA, and they work for me for a year. And they're always bright guys. Matthew Stanley's with me today. He's from CIA. And we get these talented people for a year because they want to see how our dysfunctional Congress works. and we get to use them for staff, and they're usually pretty bright people and pretty creative people. And so one gentleman we had from DOD said, you know, so much of what happens up here is staff driven. I said, yeah, really too much of it, you know. I mean, if you ever look at when the members go into the chamber to vote, they're all looking at their BlackBerry saying, what the hell does the office tell me to do on this one here, you know? So he said, do you mind if springing for donuts and coffee, and we'll try and get a little staff group together here and to promote space? And so I said, shoot, go for it. So they came up with their own logo. It's called Space Advocates. We have over 100 members of staff regularly attend. They have some exciting programs that I'm only sorry that I'm not here to attend a lot of them. They're just such great programs put on mostly by the commercial sector, smart guys, and it's really worked out well. It's been excellent.
And we've actually got a former congressional fellow in Paul Down who's actually on the committee now. So
good job.
Other questions from the ComStack? Well, we got one from the audience, it looks like.
Sir, thank you very much. I'm interested in the lessons learned from the Florida experience to an international conversation. So we heard about potential future space policy directives speaking to the international dialogue and how the U.S. would show leadership. I'm wondering, from your experience in Florida, how Florida showed leadership within the U.S. What did you learn, and how does that apply to showing international leadership?
Well, you know, I don't know that we've learned a whole lot, really. Or we wouldn't have taken so many steps backwards as we did for the better part of a couple decades. But the spark plugs behind it are like the people in this room, the people that are passionate about space, and it's how you influence other people. I mean, when I talk to groups, you know, and by the way, internationally, people outside this country, just like they seem to appreciate freedom more than the average American, they also seem to appreciate space more than the average American. I mean, I've had more foreign television people interview me since I've been here about space, and I don't think I have any regular American television people because they want to focus on differences and controversies. But foreign people are excited about space, about the potential about space, and impressed with what we've done as we step forward in space and move forward. And so, you know, it's great when we can have international consortiums, and it's great especially if we can ever get them to participate in paying for the ride. You know, it seems like most of the time we pay for most of the ride, and we take along a lot of hitchhikers. And I guess some of that is the cost of doing business. A lot of that's the cost of goodwill. You know, I know even in Cold War times, at least our space people were talking to each other, and that's not at all a bad thing. But I think right now we're looking at the possibility of trying to put the space station in private or international hands. Interesting to see how that works out. Very expensive proposition. Not very many people in the world that could afford to even dream about that. But, you know, I'm interested in seeing where it's going to go. It's going to tell us a lot about the future. I remember one time, as we were struggling with agencies at the Space Center, they said, well, you know, we can only have one launch every couple of weeks because we're having trouble tracking them. Now I got appropriations for a new tracking station. I got a new control center. And what's the excuse now? Well, it's always, you know, and so I thought, you know, I mentioned this at one of the, what do they call it, a space, there was a big fancy name for about 12 years ago. They started having a Space Congress or something. They had a couple of them down there.
Astronautical?
Yeah. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, we wouldn't have that problem if we privatized this place, you know, and we wouldn't. And as we know, it's been the commercial companies that have really paved the way, the innovation and the technology to allow that. And, you know, our CAPE right now is looking at 100 launches a year now, which 5 years ago they said, oh, that's impossible. We can never stage and launch this many. But it's, you know, moving forward as we really take an interest in it, as we have the federal government look at space as more than a profit center for the government. Does that answer your question a little bit? Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
All right, thank you, Michael. It's been fun. Y'all are great. Thank you.
Up next, okay. So now for the actual work of the ComStack, where, you know, we're going to get into, this is a different meeting. Now, normally we would have done what are called observations, findings, and recommendations previously. And maybe just to set the table a bit, particularly for new members of the ComStack in terms of what the actual output normally is of the committee. I just thought I'd go through that for a little bit. So our actual output, again, are what you called OFRs, observation, finding, and recommendation. And Dee or Tom or anyone of the FAA, you want to correct me if I get these wrong, but, you know, kind of three levels. One, with the observation, we're just stating an observation in terms of what we think of something, and the AST and Department of Transportation do not need to respond to that. There's no response that comes from an observation. A finding is another level where we are stating probably an opinion or a direction that we want to go in, and the government then has the option to respond to that. If we move to the highest level of a recommendation, then it is mandatory for the government to respond. Now, the committee has gone back and forth a little bit where we were almost using observations and findings to set up a recommendation. We then moved away from that practice where we are just going with an observation, a finding, or a recommendation, or a combination, you know, of some, if we need it. But again, you could just have a recommendation alone, you could just have a finding alone, just trying to eliminate, I think, some of the unnecessary backdrop and background information that we had had previously. These OFRs are relatively succinct. We're usually talking about 2 sentences, 3 sentences, certainly no more than a paragraph. The OFRs are developed within the working groups prior to the ComStack meeting. We then try and disseminate those proposed OFRs that came through the working groups, usually at least a couple weeks in advance of the meeting so that people have a chance to review. And then the working groups will brief out to the ComStack what they wanted to do with OFRs. We'll have a debate. That's usually where people advocated for one thing in the working group and then they completely flip when it comes to the ComStack, so that's always an interesting discussion. And then the ComStack will eventually vote on those OFRs. The OFRs that are adopted by the ComStack are then put in a letter that I would then send to Kelvin, and then Kelvin and the AST would respond to those OFRs that they either choose to respond to or were required to respond to via a recommendation. Do people have any questions about that process, particularly some of the new members? Okay. Hearing none, this is a different meeting. Again, we're starting over from a clean slate, so we didn't go in and do that OFR process in advance. We were just getting the working groups together, the working group leadership.
What we wanted to do at this meeting was to set the table and I think address a challenge that we had at the ComStack that I think even the members were frustrated that, you know, a lot of times it would be a bit of a one-way conversation where the ComStack was saying what we were concerned about, we develop our OFRs that would go over the transom to the FAA AST. What we're excited about, and again, not that we didn't have at least some of this previously, but I think we're going to get a lot more, is the FAA AST telling us what their concerns are, again, using the FACA for the advice, and I think we can have a good combination of both addressing what the FAA AST wants from us, while also raising concerns or awareness over issues that industry had that the FAA AST or DOT was not looking at previously. So we're looking forward to a good synthesis of that, a little bit of both. And what we'd like to do first today is look at what we're terming the taskers from the AST, assign them to a working group. This is an actual deliverable that would come from the ComStack, have an understanding regarding timing, and then we'll have a conversation about what issues haven't been covered via the taskers that membership would like to see the ComStack address. So, any questions about that process? That being said then, let's try and move to the first tasker if we could. Whoever's running the computer. Is Tom there? So, if this is indeed our first tasker, no. Yeah, let's. Okay, here we go. Nope. Yeah, okay. Well, good. This is one I can handle. This is my favorite topic. Outer Space Treaty compliance. Yeah, okay. How can the United States best meet its Article 6 Outer Space Treaty obligations as it regulates the commercial space transportation industry? What does implementing continuing supervision mean to the industry? How will Article 6 compliance work in practice? So again, we've actually had a little bit of conversation about this topic already. I think it's a very important one that, again, we can't fine-tune a machine that doesn't exist yet. That it's very important we get this issue resolved, and I think it's very important that we get it resolved in a fashion that creates transparency, predictability, and encourages investment. Because if there's one thing that investors, insurers, Chris, don't want, it's uncertainty. And I will say, too, as we talk about non-traditional commercial space activities that fall into this Article 6 gap, these are not science fiction or theoretical activities. As you've heard today, we have a number of satellite servicing programs that are moving forward already, Jim's company as well as my own. We have lunar rovers that are in creation and moving forward and will likely be launched soon. We've had hearings on private sector habitats and private sector space stations. You've heard that from a number of the speakers today. Yet, when we have investors or even insurers and they ask, what's the regulatory scheme for these non-traditional space activities? I have to say, I don't know. I don't know. That we've had AST adopt an ad hoc solution where they've been able to serve as an approval mechanism via the payload review process. But even in the case of Moon Express, I think that was explicitly said that we gave this approval this time. We don't even know that we can give the same approval to you again, much less a different company or a different activity. As you heard you heard Administrator Bridenstine talk about, there are certainly some differing ideas about how we go about doing this, what would be best, what would be most efficient for industry. And let me say, regardless of which side of the issue people are on, I think we can all echo Administrator Bridenstine's sentiment that we need to do something. So this is the issue. I think it fits nicely into the International Competitiveness Committee, if I'm getting the name wrong. Yeah, we'll get close to the, because this is an issue of international competition. That when we look at, again, what is the situation in the U.S., and you look overseas, you have countries like Luxembourg, United Arab Emirates, others who are hungry to get into the space world and move forward. And when I ask the question, what's your regulatory scheme, they can provide me with one piece of paper that explains it. Simple, predictable.
In the U.S., again, we're at unknown. So I would really like that committee, working group, to take that on. And our leaders of that working group, if we could introduce ourselves maybe quickly there. We've got Jim Armour serving as chair of the working group, and Richard DeBello. And I think no two better people to help resolve this challenging issue. And again, I think they represent also, between two of them and their companies, a good broad swath of both large, small, et cetera. So does anyone have any questions or discussion about this, the working group that it's being assigned to, et cetera? So let's talk about time frames. Chris asked a question about time. I mean, Dee, I don't know if you want to comment, but I mean, I think what I would like to see is that we're looking at our next ComStack meeting most likely in October. Correct? Yeah, October. So, that gives us the rest of June, July, August, et cetera. Each working group is different. You're going to have different amount of work, different issues. So I'd leave it to leadership to ultimately figure things out. But I think it would be really good to see in at least this first month that you would have an output, have a meeting, that there would be discussion, and if not resolution, that you'd be able to come back to us with where the working group is at and what you see as the path forward, and if possible, draft OFRs at that time. We've had a lot of discussion, between us relative to the frequency of the working group meetings, et cetera. And I think once a month would at least, be what we'd like to see from the working groups moving forward. And I think we would also put this in terms that these are preparatory activities again. You wouldn't be taking any votes on the OFRs because that would require, again, via the FACA, actual federal notification. There would have to be, participation from the public, et cetera. So we would be looking to the working groups to tee up the potential OFRs there. And I think we'd like to do it in a month unless the leadership of the working group has any objections.
Sounds great. No real objections. You'll get the quality of work that you have allotted the time for. And I would respectfully request that we be able to work with the legal and regulatory working group as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's going to be a number of issues here where there's crossover between the working groups. And I know previously in the ComStack, many of us just interacted with all the working groups because of that. It was so difficult to separate out. So even though you're on one working group, I don't think there's anything preventing. As a matter of fact, I would encourage ComStack members to participate and continue to be aware of what's occurring on the other working groups, particularly on issues where there's cross-cutting concerns.
Thank you, Mike. A couple of comments. And Tom, could you take us back to the slide with the 5 kind of key work areas? So, Mike, thank you. I appreciate the overview, and you're quite right, in terms of process. I think it's also worth noting, so we've done a very high-level overview of these topics and kind of what it's about. And we've done a preliminary assignment to a working group. We have a safety working group, an infrastructure working group, legal working group, and an innovation working group. So there's logic to this. I think what Mike was just describing, in terms of laying out, the details of what's carried under each of these topics, and then the outputs of that, I would suggest we're using the advantage of this public meeting to socialize these key areas publicly, to make sure it's all very transparent, to get the buy-in from the ComStack membership that this, certainly is the right set of activities. And I would suggest that in the time frame of the month, Jim, that Mike was outlining, notionally, what we've thought about as a steering group is to have an administrative kind of a call with the working group chairs and the steering group periodically. How goes it? And I think they can inform us a little bit more on timelines. When we have a little bit of time to absorb these items, because The other piece of it, and we were a little bit sensitive about the amount of time, and again, owing to the schedules of some of our speakers, how we could approach this hierarchy. These 5 topics represent some of the kind of most important areas to us right now in the FAA that we need some thoughtful input on. We also laid out a number of areas for the next tranche, and I'll read them to you because we don't have slides, but to make sure everyone's aware of what we as a ComStack are thinking. You know, we think the next tranche of activities will involve changes to MPL, conceptual vehicles for site license applications, potentially an updated definition of the encourage, facilitate, and promote mandate. And, you know, we've heard it alluded to, you know, what we think about like a really effective industry engagement in international outreach. And that was born out of the fact that internally we spend a lot of time talking with international organizations, space agencies, civil aviation authorities, and other entities, because they're very anxious to learn how the FAA conducts its licensing process, what the regulatory framework looks like, how we do the kind of site management, if you will, on spaceports. So it's a big area of interest, and we're in a number of conversations to secure some long-term bilateral agreements that will enable us to work with these entities. But it also strikes us that a lot of what we're doing is being good global citizens, but more importantly, we're doing a lot of our outreach to support the U.S. industry. And so what we think is we need to get tied in closer, because we know that the industry is very active internationally. We're active internationally. Ideally, we should be aligned and have a thoughtful idea about who's going to talk to whom first. And so that's kind of the thinking on that. Again, in this next tranche of activities. And then we took a look kind of at a third level, and certainly a lot of discussion internally about changes to Part 420 and the operation of the launch site, and Stuart alluded a little bit to some of the dynamics that we're talking about. You know, research and development. Ravi, where'd you go? So, you know, I think R&D is an area that we need some more ComStack engagement in terms of what's important to the industry, what's important to the government, and get a better meeting of the minds on that.
Dee?
Yes.
A question on the, I think it would be useful for the ComStack as a whole, if not, well, definitely the Committee on Innovation, but hopefully the ComStack as a whole, to get some insight into the work that's already being funded on airspace integration, the whole issue of how better to do the space launch activities in the airspace. I know that you had some work a number of years ago ongoing at the Tech Center, and it'd be great to get a briefing on the work that's ongoing and the objectives of that work.
Yeah, I think, Rich, that's a really great point, and actually, you know, it's unfortunate because I think Dan could have been up here all day talking not only about the acceptable level of risk because it's a pretty neat topic, but you know, Dan mentioned, and Rich, this comes back to your point that ALR is intended as an interim measure. You know, the reality is that we're moving very aggressively to implement some new technologies and procedures, and we've alluded to that a couple of times. I think, Rich, you may have seen the initial early demonstrations of the Space Data Integrator, and then what we're calling the HRAM environment. This is FAA acronyms at its best. So, but absolutely, I think we will take that as a very near-term action item to set up an opportunity to really spend some time on that
And
topic.
if you think it'd be useful to try to have the subcommittee travel, maybe to go up and actually see it on site.
Sure.
So
Sure.
I'd be willing to consider doing
Yeah.
that and see who's available
and,
go up.
And I think we're going to, as a ComStack, maybe take Dwayne up on his offer. The command center is also a phenomenal opportunity to kind of watch it in very real time, what is happening. So yeah, sure, we can figure all that out.
After Congressman Posey, we need to go to Cruz as well. That's the next trip.
So just one more thing. So anyway, just to kind of recap that, I've laid several things out, and we have additional information we're going to be providing to the ComStack members. We wanted to make sure that during this public meeting there was no like, what are you thinking? Why would you go down that path? And I think we are on the right track, just judging by the quality of the questions and some of the input. So we'll get some additional information out on all of these areas for the ComStack membership. But I think the reality is once we can get these topics grouped, and we've done that, but make sure everyone is on board and engaged, and then these working groups can do a better definition of the outputs and then timeline, so if you agree.
100%. And again, compliments to Dia, I think there was some good fine-tuning of the working groups as well. Because again, when we talk about these regulatory issues, it's an international competitiveness question. And I think it's great, Rich, as you bring up the point, learning from what our competitors did. Congressman Posey talked about Cruz. I was on a lot of launch campaigns in Russia, in Siberia. Yeah, missing Siberia now, but there, brand new facilities. We had an assembly, integration, and test building attached to the hotel where we would literally roll out of bed and be able to work on our spacecraft. And the regulatory authority was also at the launch base, that they had the people ready to approve there. And I know AST already has a presence at Kennedy, but I think transitioning some of that approval authority even to the launch base to be close to the customer, that would be a very interesting idea. So do we have the next tasker that we can bring up on the screen to discuss? Oh, that's all of them, okay. So we had Outer Space Treaty, acceptable level. Let's go through and just make sure we assign, let's start at the top. Necessary facilities covered by a site operator's license. This would be Infrastructure Committee. And just to introduce our leadership there, Janet unfortunately is not here, Janet Karika. She's in Hungary. Hello, Janet. She's watching. But we do have the Vice Chair, Dale Nash. And Dale, didn't know if you wanted to say a quick word about that particular task or any questions you might have.
It certainly makes sense to go in the Infrastructure Committee, and look forward to Janet's leadership here, either from abroad or at hand here. So look forward to it. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Dale, and thank you for accepting the position. I know the working group is a thankless job, so we really appreciate everyone taking the time. It's important for the input. Going to next, reporting safety-related anomalies, the talented Oscar Garcia, our continuing returning champion for safety. Again, always a thorny issue, and we really appreciate Oscar's expertise and willing to take these topics on. So Oscar, if you wanted to comment, if you're up for it, and any other comments or input relative to number 2.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Thank you, and for doing it again, another 2 years. Thanks. Yeah, a lot of good things have happened in the last 18 months. I think our community has shown a safety culture and the ability to self-regulate and to self-promote safety via consensus standards, voluntary industry consensus standards. In the last year, the Commercial Spaceflight Committee, F47, hosted by ASTM, have been very active in producing consensus standards. So we intend in the safety group to carry on that task. And in that activity, I'd like to applaud and thank AST for having been not only an observer, but an active participant in ensuring that the safety culture we're showing is appreciated, supported, and participated. Thank you to AST. A thorny issue remains, and as Mike L.A. was mentioning earlier, this is an ultra-competitive small industry. The issues of intellectual property, trade secrets, and secret sources could interfere with the logical need to share clues and events that are taking place as we test a little, fly a little, and repeat the cycle. So I think going forward, I'd like to support this task, and perhaps the first step could be for the group and the community to kind of find a consensus on to what what are the costs and benefits, and what are the accepted practices to share clues, events, not only accidents and incidents, but other clues that once de-identified could give others tools, could give others hints to do things better. What's the cost benefit of losing a little bit of IP versus having an accident? Perhaps we can start a dialogue amongst ourselves into what is a fair balance or a fair trade-off of safety versus commercial interests. If we do so, as we have been treating voluntary consensus standards, we might emerge with at least some definitions of what constitutes an event, and then we can move on to some guidance into what of those events can be reported. I think based on previous experience for the next 6 months, that could be a good task to take and try to face that thorny issue of competitiveness versus safety and emerge with some consensus. So that's my view, and I think I have an excellent wingman on this task group, Steve Lindsay, my ex-wingman, Livingstone holder. He's not in the group, but he will be in the group, I can tell you that. Those are my views so far, and I think we are carrying a lot of momentum on what we did with the consensus standards, so I think we can apply that to the reportable incidents, which I think is fundamental, especially when we are starting to fly people. Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic are claiming within the next 12, 18 months. I think human spaceflight safety has not lost the focus of the industry. Maybe it's not being visible at Comstock because we haven't had Comstock, but we need to pursue those activities.
Really appreciate that, Oscar. And again, to the extent the safety group can try and interface with DARPA Confers, with NASA's international standards effort, I think it would be wonderful to integrate that as we try and move forward. And even with some of the trade associations, CSF, for example, have been very active there, as Eric knows. And again, we're so happy and pleased and appreciative of Steve Lindsay taking that duty on as vice chair. We talk about the international forums and International Space Station. When you go to the United Nations in Vienna and you walk in, the very first thing is you see a model of the Long March. Very first thing you see. And China, as you may have read, is already very proactive in reaching out and offering UN members payloads on their space station. And I really want to compliment Sierra Nevada Corporation for being proactive in the international environment, helping put America back into the conversation by offering payloads to UN members via S&C Dream Chaser. So any comments? And thank you, Steve.
Well, Oscar did a really good job summarizing this particular issue and what to do about it. Having been a pilot myself and a beneficiary of these anonymous safety systems, I know how valuable they are and the lessons learned you can get from them, preventing future accidents. But I'm also part of that really, really small competitive group that's trying to put a spacecraft in orbit here and within the next couple of years. And so I'm really sensitive about that part with my other side of the job. So it's going to be, I basically feel really strongly both ways, I guess, is the best way to say it. So, but I'm looking forward to the dialogue, trying to figure out a way we could somehow preserve this small competitive community and make sure that we can continue to do what we want to, do what we need to do, but also, incorporate some of this safety that we've learned, particularly out of the aviation community, back into the space community as we start flying more and more people in the future. Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity.
No, again, we're grateful. We appreciate it. And I think it's also important to acknowledge that with Steve, we've now doubled the number of former astronauts on the Comstack. So thanks, Steve. And Oscar, if you wouldn't mind, maybe just saying a very quick word about ICAO and your engagement there. I know you've been heavily involved in how you see that factoring into the safety working group.
Yeah, ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, is the UN body that regulates, not regulates, but oversights safety of air commerce. And because every time we launch or re-enter, we go through the air commerce part of the airspace, they are very, very interested in how that's going to affect air commerce, air transportation operations. This learning group is focused on suborbital operations, and which are the predicted high volume for-profit passenger or cargo delivery operations in the future. So the learning group brings in civil aviation authorities from the rest of the world. And I say that with a point. AST is a unique agency globally. The FAA is the only civil aviation authority in the world that has a commercial space office. So when we interact with the rest of the world at ICAO, we have civil aviation authorities which not necessarily understand or have the expertise of space transportation. So the learning group is meaning to inform and share best practices, standards, and different ways we do things in the U.S. to other civil aviation authorities worldwide. And under the leadership of the Raymond, for the last couple of years, we've been able to project and help proliferate some of the safety elements and other practices we do here. And I have to say that the response and the results have been very interesting as we discuss with the rest of the world.
Great. I believe Senator Cruz is here, so we'll be cutting off this portion and we can revisit. Let me just say one last word relative to the working groups and leadership. Again, we'd look for in a month in terms of an update, where you're at, where we're headed, questions, concerns, etc. And then as you do your internal planning, we want those OFRs to be baked and ready to go a month before the next meeting. So just if you can plan for the meeting in October, we'll try and get you a date. So that would mean that in September, we'd like to have the OFRs ready to go. So if we could all work towards that schedule. And do I see Senator Cruz here? Yeah. All right. Coming. All right. We'll wait for him to come out and just continue as far as we can until the senator arrives. So let's move to the next topic, the streamlining of internal AST processes. This is something that, objectively, we like legal and regulatory to be the group to handle. Again, we have the returning champion with Chris Kuhnstadter, who's a rock in the insurance world, serving as chair. So Chris, give us your thoughts there.
Thanks, Mike. And it's a pleasure to be able to help FAA with this issue of automating licensing and inspection. This fits very well with the whole streamlining process that has been a key part of the policy directives, space policy directives. And so we'll certainly solicit input from the aviation community. Because they have certainly much larger unit counts of vehicles that they have to license and inspect. So that'll be a natural starting point for us.
And maybe just a quick word from your vice chair. We've got some new blood here with Brigham. Brigham, if you'd like to say hello to the group. Oh, sure. No, he's here. All right. Yeah, sure. Brigham, hold that thought, and we'll come right back to you after this.
So it's my pleasure to introduce a fellow attorney serving as a United States Senator from Texas since 2013. He grew up devouring science fiction novels from Robert Heinlein and Isaac Asimov. Both of his parents were mathematicians, and his mother worked for the Smithsonian, helping compute orbits for Sputnik. As chairman of the Space Science and Competitiveness Subcommittee, he has authored recent legislation on commercial space to provide funding and a long-term vision for NASA. Senator Cruz has chaired the Science and Space Subcommittee, which passed two major pieces of legislation, both of which were authored by Senator Cruz, concerning space. In 2015, he worked closely with his Democratic colleagues, including Senator Nelson, and House members to build consensus on the Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act. And in 2017, he worked closely with the senators again to pass the NASA reauthorization bill unanimously, which occurs not often enough. And we appreciate, again, the bipartisanship and leadership that Senator Cruz has shown. It's been my personal pleasure to testify twice before Senator Cruz's committee, and I was always impressed by not just what he had to say, but how much he listened to what industry was saying, to what his experts were telling him, and that he integrated and reacted to that. I know Senator Cruz is known for his eloquence, but it's his listening skills that I have always been most impressed by. I've also been very impressed as a Star Trek fan, that he's a big fan of original series Star Trek, as am I. And Senator Cruz, I want you to know that the commercial space industry is a fan of yours. So let's have a wonderful welcome for Senator Ted Cruz.
Well, thank you, Mike, for that very, very kind introduction. I appreciate the kind sentiments. Although I will say, as I'm here having the privilege of addressing a room of innovators, of entrepreneurs, of pioneers, you truly know how to damn someone with faint praise when you introduce me as a fellow attorney. You know, I'm reminded of, it actually has not been widely reported, but it's a new phenomenon that at a number of test laboratories across the country, they have begun using lawyers instead of rats. And that there are two reasons behind that. Number one, the scientists, they were growing too attached to the rats. And number two, there's some things even rats won't do. I will say, secondly, you outed me as a fan of science fiction and Star Trek and Star Wars. I will tell you something that may age a lot of us. I was in the office a while back and was cutting up, and I walked over to the mouse on a computer, and I picked it up, and I said, "Computer!" And then I looked down and said, "Oh, a keyboard! How quaint!" And not a single staffer in my office had any idea what I was talking about.
Got to get new staff.
They are all too young to remember Star Trek 4. And I'm just looking at them going, what? Go get an education. So, it is wonderful to be here with you. It is a privilege to have a chance just to encourage you for everything you're doing concerning commercial space, to encourage you for opening up new frontiers. You know, in 1890, the superintendent of the census declared the end of the American frontier by stating, quote, "Up to and including 1880, the country had a frontier of settlement. But at present, the unsettled area has been so broken into by isolated bodies of settlement that there can hardly be said to be a frontier line. In the discussion of its extent, its westward movement, etc., it cannot, therefore, any longer have a place in the census reports." The American vision of westward expansion that had been initiated 86 years earlier through the Lewis and Clark expedition had been successful in leading the expansion of American commerce and settlement in a new territory that had not previously been charted by American pioneers. Last year, in chairing the Senate Subcommittee on Space Science and Competitiveness, we embarked on a series of hearings looking at reopening the American frontier, but this time not looking west, but looking upwards, to the heavens, which President Kennedy rightly referred to as the new frontier. And it's only fitting that a nation born on the last frontier should continue to lead the way on the new frontier. It is my firmly held belief that the United States must continue to expand commerce and ultimately settlement into space, and we need to do it first. This is an issue that not only impacts our global competitiveness, but our national security. Just consider the growing interest and investment that is taking place within the global space economy. According to a January 2017 report issued by the Niskanen Center, the global space economy amounted to $323 billion in 2015. It's a lot of money. It's more than some people earn in a whole year. Commercial infrastructure and systems accounted for 76% of that total. And global space launch was responsible for $6 billion. The last report by the FAA in 2009 estimated that commercial space transportation and enabled industries generated $208.3 billion in economic activity. However, while the United States has the potential to grow a vibrant and competitive commercial space industry and to continue growing that industry, there is always the real possibility that regulations and outdated policies may stifle innovation, restrict investment, and drive the American launch sector and non-traditional space activities to foreign countries abroad. For example, there needs to be a streamlined regulatory process, from expendable rockets to reusable rockets. Current Air Force licensing requirements for expendables match those of the FAA's Office of Commercial Space Transportation, almost word for word. By contrast, Air Force and AST licensing requirement for reusable rockets are completely different from each other. This not only forces companies to have to comply with separate certification regimes that can be equally onerous, but it ultimately penalizes innovative companies by creating excessive barriers to launching in the United States. We have also heard of the need for more efficient and streamlined processes for how we manage our national airspace. While traditional aircraft have been the primary users of our national airspace for decades, there is a growing need for a seamless integration of commercial space assets into our national airspace, so the United States can keep pace as the launch cadence increases. Another example of concern is NOAA's management of commercial remote sensing. NOAA is currently required by law to review commercial satellite imagery applications and to make determinations within 120 days of receipt of the application. U.S. commercial satellite imagery providers, however, have reported to Congress that some companies have waited nearly 3 years for license approval to sell data from their satellite. Economist Milton Friedman once put it this way: if you put the federal government in charge of the Sahara Desert, in 5 years you'd have a shortage of sand. If Congress and the Trump administration do not continue to work aggressively to reduce, to eliminate, to streamline regulations, to fix processes in our government that are clearly broken, then we could one day wake up to see a shortage of commercial space companies instead of the vibrant industry that all of us are committed to. Recognizing the dynamic and innovative commercial space industry that has been growing in the United States, I made it a priority as my first act as chairman of the subcommittee to work hand in hand with Senator Bill Nelson in drafting the bipartisan Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act of 2015, which was ultimately signed into law by President Obama. One of the key components of this legislation was extending the regulatory learning period to 2023. The regulatory learning period was initially enacted in 2004, and its extension prevents the FAA from implementing new commercial space regulations that could stifle innovation. This extension has been crucial to allowing companies to innovate and experiment with ways to operate more safely than if they were forced to adhere to the strict requirements of a uniform federal regulatory regime. So where do we go from here? Well, we've made great progress in growing a commercial space industry through our last commercial space bill. We know there's still work to be done. One of the biggest questions facing Congress is who in the federal government should manage all non-traditional space activity moving forward. There's a great debate that is raging between the Department of Transportation and the Department of Commerce, and who should have the lead and principal role. And at this point, I would say I think there are good and serious arguments that can be made on both sides. As chairman of the subcommittee, I've been listening to arguments. One of the very kind remarks you made is the virtue of listening. Listen, Each of you do this for a living and are experts in space. And I'd be a fool not to learn and continue to learn from your continued expertise and judgment. My office has been working on legislation with Senators Nelsie and Markey and Thune, and we're exploring this question. And so I would say, many of you know Sean McLean, my staffer who covers these issues. Sean, wave for anyone who doesn't know you. We welcome your input on the question of what is the right place. We want to streamline the regulatory process. Both commerce and transportation have important roles. What is your collective assessment? If we're streamlining and centralizing, where is the better place to do it to unleash commercial space? Some of the players have picked an answer on one side, other players have picked an answer on the other side. For my part, I want to continue to receive input and guidance from industry, from the stakeholders, to make a determination what would make the biggest difference, removing barriers and encouraging the maximum investment in commercial space and exploration. I will note, though, regardless of that the resolution of that question, one thing I think that is absolutely clear is that the ISS remains a vital component of our national space program. In addition to working on new commercial space legislation, I am also working and looking to introduce a multi-year NASA reauthorization, ideally in this Congress. In 2017, as you know, we passed the NASA Authorization Act, the first authorization of NASA in 7 years. Like the Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act, that act earned bipartisan support from Democrats, from Republicans. It earned the support of all of the various states and parochial interests in Congress. For whatever reason, and I have trouble understanding it, there are states other than Texas that think they have equities when it comes to space. And we managed to navigate those divisions between the various states, between the various parties, even bigger between the Senate and the House, and to get them together on a NASA authorization bill that Donald Trump signed into law. My hope now, that was a one-year authorization, is to work and to move forward on a multi-year authorization that can be bigger and bolder. The intent of that one is to maintain the bipartisan commitment of Congress to American leadership in space, and in particular, among other things, to have what is now a unanimous commitment from both houses of Congress that we are going to Mars, and America will lead the way. But for the next step, NASA authorization, we're moving forward, and I will say, I want to underscore my commitment to the International Space Station. As you know, there are a handful of voices that have suggested zeroing out federal support for the ISS in 2025. I think that proposal was ill-advised. I think that proposal was contrary to federal law. The very terms of the NASA authorization directed NASA to study the technical feasibility of continuing the ISS at least into 2028, if not later. Now, I don't have the math chops of many of the people in this room, but last I checked, 2025 is a lot sooner than 2028. And I recently held a series of hearings examining the future of ISS, listening to the stakeholders, listening to the technical experts, and every witness that testified before our committee made clear that that station can last easily to 2025, easily to 2028, and most of the experts think 2030 or beyond are well within the scientific and technical feasibility. We've invested over $100 billion in the ISS. I think it would be the height of foolishness to disregard that investment, particularly before there is a reliable replacement in place. China intends to have an operating space station in low Earth orbit by 2022. We've seen, from Constellation to the shuttle, the disaster that happens when America cancels one program without a reliable replacement in the wings. We end up acting as hitchhikers needing a ride on Russian rockets because we lack the capability to get to low Earth orbit. That foolishness, which we've seen from both Democrats and Republicans, it hasn't been a partisan myopia. That foolishness should not be repeated with the ISS. If we were to end up in a scenario where 2025 we deorbit its station and the lone low Earth orbit station was a Chinese station, it is difficult to think of something more damaging to America's leadership in space than literally ceding it to the Chinese. And I want to make clear to everyone here, as long as I am chairman of the Space Subcommittee, and as long as Article 1 of the Constitution provides that appropriations will come from the legislative branch, there will continue to be strong and resolute bipartisan support for the International Space Station. Yeah. Let me make one final point. This is a time of partisan division. Our country is polarized right now. Sharp and angry. It seems on most issues across the board, there's not a lot of common ground. Both parties digging in, firing bazookas at each other. For many of us, it's painful to watch. I continue to believe as Americans there's much more that unites us than divides us. Yes, we will have differences on policy issues. Yes, we may have differences on what the best top marginal tax rate should be. And those issues and debates, I believe, should be discussed in a civil and respectful manner, focusing on substance and what actually gets the job done. The overwhelming majority of Americans share the same ultimate objectives. We want to see opportunity expand. We want to see prosperity expand. We want to see those who are struggling have a better opportunity to achieve the American dream. We may disagree on the means to get there, but we share objectives. And if we can stop the partisan mudslinging, the nastiness and personal attack, and focus on substance, we might even be able to find common solutions. Now, across the board, it may be some time before we get back to that. But the word of encouragement I want to give you is there's one area where that continues, and that is space. On space, I've been proud to work closely with the Democrats on my subcommittee to work in harmony, to reach compromises. Now, none of us get everything we want. If you want to work at a legislative branch, you're not going to get everything you want. But we've been able to see bipartisan cooperation, and it is difficult to think of another major policy area where you have major legislation signed in 2015 by Barack Obama and in 2017 by Donald Trump. That should encourage everyone, the bipartisan agreement that exists on space, that whether Obama or Trump, we were able to move forward with American leadership in space, and I intend to continue to work to preserve that cooperation, preserve that leadership, and continue to create an environment where commercial space flourishes and where America continues to lead the way. Thank you.
Senator Cruz, everyone. Thank you, sir. Okay. All right. That's a tough act to follow now to go back to today's discussion topics, but Brigham, you're the man to top Senator Cruz. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do that, but just kind of following the 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. I am from Texas, and I am also a lawyer. Thankfully, that's not the end of the story, though. I've been a regulator here at the Department of Transportation, both as an agency chief counsel and as an agency head. And earlier in life, I flew as a naval aviator and have more recently been involved in innovation policy, a think tank, which really is looking for ways to find solutions to important public policy challenges. And I think, you know, from that viewpoint, I'm very cognizant of how regulations and regulatory lag can negatively affect innovation. And so, You know, some folks say time is money, but more importantly, I think squandering time can lose economic and competitive advantages, and that's something that we'll certainly keep in mind. So I'm excited to join ComStack, and I'm excited to be on this subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so, okay, we've all been in the sun a little bit. Let's take a 15-minute break. Reconvene here just in 15 minutes, 3:20, everyone. Thank you.
What's that?
We had to give in and put on the glasses finally.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I'll, okay. The next time I see John, I'll tell him that I ran into you. And it's very fun. Oh, I'm sure he. Yeah. So, well, thanks. I appreciate it. Sorry we had to run out of lunch so quickly, but anyway. No, it's 4:30 at max. Yes. It's okay. When I talked to him less than a week ago, he said it was in our school. Yeah, I did too. I leaned over and I said,
I lost my delay. You can't outrun me.
No, I can't.
It's probably the only time in the world he can't outrun me.
He's on one crush.
He's good.
Well, yeah, and you put, I'm surprised. So many other industries. You don't have nothing standard. Because it's great. It's a great book. I'm sure you're trying to come up with a solution and then find surgery. I was just astonished reading it. I mean, they don't do it the way that we do it in aviation. The checklist. Right. So they need to experience. It's like but now there's other industries. Yeah, I was telling some guy, somebody in the oil and gas industry about the maintenance tools and everything has a place, and outlines. And they're like, really? You do that? Yeah, man, how do you know if you're missing a tool? I mean, really it was dangerous enough. Yeah, without adding to it. Well, I got to go hit the head here real quick. We're going to start making the plan. I think we got the final push. That sun has been tracking right along the edge of the building. I've been sitting right on the edge there. I'm trying to move back. I'm trying to move up. We're getting a good suntan. That's awesome. No, absolutely, yes. I know you're absolutely right. Okay, splendid.
So do you guys have new business cards yet?
I have old ones.
That's okay.
Partially correct.
Okay.
Do I get partial credit?
Absolutely.
Now, this one is sort of active. I mean,
okay.
I'm a VP of Government Services.
Right.
Wholly owned subsidiary.
Okay, so space logistics still.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. At least for now.
Yeah.
So I think you have my contact information.
I do like that.
Well, it's actually, you can put Northern King will work for a year.
Right, exactly.
So that's good. That's close enough to government. Anyway, and
Yeah. I think I know Mike wants to get out of here because he's got his little
I've got his first one.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because my wife is sitting next to me. I don't show up. She's going to know. Okay. Well, that sun's been tracking all day long. Right along the edge of the building. It's like this building was built by the Mayans or something. It's 7 days away from it. Exactly. So it's probably going to be tracking right to the sun. It's probably solar calendar. Well, it is at a 28-degree angle. Sure. Hard. Right. But you're right. I've been watching it. That's right. Well, final push here. I thought there was good comments regarding on safety reporting. You know, we didn't really talk about the second bullet of the confidential nature. To me, it was the same way. If I'm sitting in front of the this out for, I may say one thing, but I'm not going to say it today. But we have Air Force One, we have that. Where are you? So yeah, so we go skilled flight performance. Right. And of course we go you did all that. But I was, safety school was always driven in my head. Hey, I can say something. That one's probably
I told you. A little dirty. There we go. Go get mine. I'll get yours. Now? Thank you.
I think it is. Okay, realistically, what are the scenarios where IP is revealed? It's extremely damaging to the company when you weigh it against prevention versus. That'd be an interesting sort of thought exercise. I think we're just talking about Sure. Then you have
You look at the pictures from years and go, oh, that's Steve. You know, so
first cockpit that you see was always the last
All right, everybody, let's sit down so we can get out of here and enjoy this beautiful day because I'm not getting enough sunshine. Comstock members, if you could return to the table. Comstock folks. There we go. Everybody take their seats. Livingston, Paul, guys, let's all sit down. We're going to get going. Jennifer?
She was queen bee. Well, yeah, that's not so right.
It is. But who would have thought of that?
Next meeting, you had to issue sunscreen.
Oh, okay.
Can I get your card?
Oh, absolutely.
And no more senators, please. I don't feel so bad for them.
Thank you so much. Great. All right. Thank you, everyone. If everyone could return to their seats, we're just going to try and finish up. So, we talked about streamlining the internal AST processes, acceptable level of risk. Is there anything more you think we need to say there, Dee?
Well, No, I think on the ALR concept I mentioned a few minutes ago, I think we could spend all afternoon on that and how it, applies to our airspace access equities and things like that. No, I think this working group is really going to need to spend some time and detailed understanding of the concept, and then and how this will then migrate toward the end state in the operational environment that we're envisioning in time frame. So I think this is going to be, among all the working groups, probably one of the heaviest areas of education.
I'm sure. Thank you. Any other comments on ALR that members want to make? Oscar?
Yeah. What on the equities and the consensus of what costs what to who to segregate or not to segregate? What's the best when industry brings input here from operators? Where do we take it from here? To the ARC? We take it to commerce? What do we do with the input?
So you're talking specific to this topic? Yeah, I think this, that's a fascinating question. I think this is going to be one of the closest parallel efforts to the airspace access ARC of any of these other work products. So I would suggest that the input be shared with the ARC and vice versa, because the ARC has had a couple of months advantage on ComStack into beginning to understand some of the issues and get a sharing of the information.
Other comments on ALR? Just another procedural note, we're going to try and keep the working groups to the working group members to maintain manageability on that. Again, the purpose of the full ComStack meeting is when that synthesis will take place. Chris, any other comments you want to make in terms of the process there, or is that?
No, I think you said it well. The idea is the working group itself hashes out position, OFRs, what have you, and brings it to the full ComStack rather than having the working group phone calls include members from other working groups. It starts to get unwieldy, and if you want to try and manage positions and things like that, it's better to just keep the working group calls and meetings to the working group itself.
Absolutely. And again, it's preparatory in nature. There are no votes taken there, so we can do that in preparation without the federal notifications, et cetera, and then we do that public outreach via the ComStack meetings. Any other comments relative to these 5 topics generally? Okay. Hearing none, as we mentioned before, we do want this to be a two-way street. We've now completed the conversation relative to what AST is looking for. Are there other ideas, issues that industry feels like and ComStack members would like the ComStack to deal with in any of the different working groups? If you don't mind me putting you on the spot, Chris, I know that there was at least one that Legal Regulatory was going to take on.
Yeah, the issue was raised about changes to the export control regulations, and I will plead innocence from the start. And Mike, I know export control has been your baby for many years, so maybe I'll look to you for some guidance here. But I think it's important for us to at least come out with the position that export regulations, have the potential to hamper U.S. industry and hamper the FAA's clients. So I think it's very important that we look at what those suggested changes are, see if it's a tightening, loosening, shifting, whatever it is. And again, Mike, I'd sort of pass it back to you because you probably know more about the status of that.
If export control is my baby, I've been trying to put it up for adoption for quite a while. Yeah, it makes me feel young again, almost talking about export control, quote-unquote, reform. And I think that we have both an opportunity and a challenge when it comes to recent export control policy. The opportunity, as we're all aware, is via the National Space Council, that under the stewardship of Scott Pace and Jared and Mike Bevan and others, they are looking to try and enhance efficiency, to cut down on red tape. And far too often, we create the false dichotomy with export control where, well, it's commerce versus national security. I honestly believe that we can and should accomplish both. That bad export control regulations that aren't targeted or unclear do hurt both, and that when we can improve good export control policy is complementary to both national security and to commerce. So I think that the Space Council is looking for some discrete actions that can be taken by the executive branch to try and improve the process.
and I can't commend the leadership of the council more. I think export control is a cross-cutting activity that is perfect for the nature and capabilities of the Space Council. So I think we really have an opportunity to move forward there. Certainly one of the ideas that has been discussed a number of times is the mandatory and regular review of the United States munitions list. That technologies are not static, they change, and if we have a static export control system, it will completely become counterproductive and obsolete over a period of years. We've made great progress in export control reform, but we should not rest on our laurels, because if we do, we'll end up in the exact same position we were 10 years ago.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir.
This is Livingston.
Go ahead, Livingston.
I can't agree with you more, but I'm still concerned that we have a restrictive body of rules that other nations do not have. And I listened to our congressional speakers today recount an issue and talk about the glories of what they've seen in other nations who clearly don't have that issue, who clearly didn't regulate their nascent businesses out of existence or nearly out of existence or to a diminished state like we have, and they've actually had, they've actually had governmental support that's been quite robust. I think we have an opportunity here with a new administration, with a new way of thinking, perhaps to accelerate our work in this area, because so far we've been doing this slow creep toward toward improving something or making it less bad. Mike, I believe you probably more than anyone else on this committee has given thought to this, of what your preferred end state would be and how we might articulate that end state. And I believe if we were able to give the NSC the desired end state as the vision, that might actually spur us to jump over some of this incrementalism that we've been suffering as we all contemplate each inchworm move that we make in this regulatory environment.
Yeah, it's a great point, Livingston, and I think you actually described at least part, if not all, of the end state that I would like to pursue. And that is the elimination of export controls for technologies that are widely available in the international marketplace.
Absolutely.
That when we talk about the review of this list, the review needs to be done in such a fashion that if I can go down to Radio Shack and buy that component, I shouldn't have to go through an export control process, be that via the Department of State or the Department of Commerce.
You still got Radio Shack in your neighborhood?
Hey, I'm from Montana. I got a fellow Montanan in the audience there. So yeah, we still got a Radio Shack going here or there. And I think that's an end state that both Congress and the National Space Council would like to achieve. Right. I think there's support for it, but I think that there's a challenge relative to getting there, and frankly, just in terms of people. That this is not a bureaucratic problem. We've got great allies, frankly, Department of State, Department of Commerce, Space Council is leading the way. But we need to get full staffs in order not only to do this, but just to maintain dates and not fall behind on a variety of licenses. So I think that's also part of the recommendation as well, that we can't expect our export control officials to react with alacrity if they're understaffed, or to conduct these kinds of reviews. But, per your point, I think that the end state is that items that are widely available are not on export control lists, and that's something that has to be done on an ongoing basis. You can't just wish it and it happens. That requires constant vigilance and review. So there needs to be procedures to actually get us to that. And second, frankly, is clarity. That you'll have items on the USML and the CCL, same item. One will be a brake for a fire truck, that'll be CCL. The other will be a brake for a tank, and that's USML. What do you do? So that's the kind of thing we need to do. Our end goal is clarity. Our end goal is not illegitimately restricting American business when it does no good for national security. Because if those
technical advice are available, there's no reason to restrict them.
And the penalties are not well understood unless you are the business producing the brake and putting the part number that is the ITAR tank brake in one control process and materials cage, and the commercial ones in another, because now they're two separate systems for items that are manufactured identically and just have different end uses. So a brake is a brake.
No, and I think everyone will need a break if we keep talking about export control too long. But,
One
you know,
second.
let me just add, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jennifer.
Sorry, I've been trying. So I'm not going to touch on the substance because obviously many of us have been working on export control reform for quite a while. I think we, though, have to focus on what is actually the role of ComStack in advising the FAA to advise the Department of Transportation that sits on the National Space Council. What is it? What is the message? What is our ask there that the Secretary represent into that forum? Because other than that, and the report that's due in 180 days, there is not. This is not the department with the responsibility for this. So I think we need to be very clear, to pick up on your point on clarity, on what the role is that we would like to see the Secretary have on the Space Council with respect to this, as opposed to just the general. Thank you.
Yeah. No, it's a great point, Jennifer, and one that's been raised and that we've talked about in the ComStack, you know, several times before. I just go back to the example of commodity jurisdiction requests, and I know you've all been waiting for a good commodity jurisdiction request discussion. Previously, the CJ requests were being put out and no one would hear about them. You'd have to do a FOIA to get any kind of information. The ComStack, you know, via the AST and Department of Transportation, had George at the time go to Department of State and recommend that our people who are doing commercial space transportation activities really think it's important for there to be transparency on what the results of those CJ requests were. Again, as a lawyer, I can tell you without precedence, you know, you're in a lot of trouble. So you'd have one company submitting and maybe get one result, another company submitting and maybe getting a different result. And that the ComStack has actually been quite effective via the promote authority that AST has in terms of helping promote interests to other agencies when we run into trouble relative to those regulations. And Jennifer, I think you put it perfectly that the recommendations we would make on export control would be for the Secretary of Transportation in meetings of the National Space Council or for her staff to advocate that this is what the FACA believes, you know, should be done in these particular topics. Eric?
Mike, just touching on the transparency issue, and maybe this is something we can talk about in the fall meeting, is that many of us participated in the launch and reentry ARC, launch and reentry reform ARC, and I know that there's going to be a lot of work done on it in the next, is it a year? There come February 1st when they need to deliver the findings. But if there could be some transparency on what the architecture is looking like, the status of the reform, and where we may stand on that, I think that'd be helpful to all the participants that put a lot of time and effort in on that.
Yeah, no, thank you. And you're setting me up perfectly, Eric, for it. So I think there are two actions that are happening in this area. One is the National Space Council that's looking for reforms that they can implement. The second is a legislative activity, and I'm much more concerned with the latter. And I believe that a lot of this stems from concerns over Chinese investments in new and emerging technologies in Silicon Valley. Frankly, I think a lot of the focus is on AI and machine learning. And believe me, I would be the last to say that we shouldn't be concerned about those kinds of investments and those kinds of activities. What I'm worried about is repeating history, and that when we've got a concern about a particular country, which in this case, for simplicity, I'll just say China, and that we start doing surgery with a chainsaw instead of a scalpel. That if there is a country or countries that are put on what's called the 126.1 list, that any actions that we should take should be targeted against those countries and not impact NATO or major non-NATO allies. Because when we do that over breadth, we then knock out U.S. companies from being able to participate in international business, international coalitions. And guess who it is that comes into that void? China.
So you actually are being counterproductive relative to the original goal that you wanted to do when those changes aren't narrowly focused enough. And while we haven't quite gotten there yet legislatively, I think there are some concerns. I've gotten some reassurances from people on the Hill that this kind of thing won't happen. But again, vigilance is the price we pay for freedom, and I've seen a lot worse happen on the basis of a lot less. So I think, just as you're describing, what the ComStack should do in terms of transparency is that there's two processes we tackle. One, advice that the Secretary of Transportation provides via the National Space Council, and then second, how legislation would impact commercial space transportation via export control, quote-unquote reform, particularly when it comes to emerging technologies, which is itself an ill-defined term. What is an emerging technology? So again, I think clarity is needed in these cases. Sorry, Mike.
So that's like pulling a dog off of the export control thing, but I think Eric was referring to a completely different topic, which is the ARC on streamlining launch and reentry licensing requirements. So, and I'm not...
I enjoyed what you had to say, though, Mike.
Well, as always...
Are you done, or do you want to keep going?
Look, I'll answer the question I want to hear.
Yeah, all right. Mike, can you answer my question, please?
Yeah, so what I think Eric was referring to, and something I wanted to bring up as well, is Dee and I co-chaired this other ARC, the third ARC that hasn't been mentioned until just now. And our work is largely complete. We submitted a report to AST, but there is a lot of work that Eric alluded to that's going on between now and February, when proposed rulemaking will be announced, I assume. And so I know that there are a lot of companies that participated in that activity that are represented in the ComStack. So I think at the very least, we should have a conversation about, is there anything else that we can do as a ComStack, separate from the ARC process? One is FACA, one is not FACA, to see if there's an OFR or something that we can tie up the activity that, I think many companies feel like there's more to do out there. And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. So I think that would fall also on your working group, Chris, unfortunately, but it's a conversation that I think at the very least we need to have regarding sort of outstanding work that we might be able to do.
And maybe just to say a quick word on the way. Yes, let's get back to the important topic here, damn it. Just on the interaction of the ARCs and the ComStack, right? That I would see the ComStack as both reacting to, fine-tuning, highlighting aspects of the ARC, or where we disagree with the ARC, or where there were failures of the ARC in our view. I think that this is a good second look at the ARC process from this particular group's perspective. So at least that's how I'd like to see us go, that this is a good second bite of the apple to have from the perspective of the ComStack versus the actual work of the ARC, which necessarily, and I think very positively, was done without the broad public engagement. This is a reaction to the results of the ARC.
Yeah, I don't disagree. That was a very focused effort where people literally spent hundreds of hours to put this stuff together, and I don't think that the ComStack has the bandwidth to reproduce that, nor should we. But what I think we can talk about is the interface between industry and the government, which is, at least by some definition, closed now. Via that avenue, perhaps we can continue it via the ComStack.
Maybe
Thank you, Mike. No, so I think really good points, and Eric, I appreciate you raising it again. Maybe just from a perspective, and we've alluded to it a couple of times because of the uniqueness of the timing of having these ARCs, 3 active ARCs, and ComStack standing up. It's unusual. I tried to think of a previous situation where we even had to entertain a discussion about, getting Aviation Rulemaking Committee recommendations potentially brought forward to an advisory committee. But be that as it may, we are where we are. And the reality is, I've got to go back and do some checking. I think it's a valid point for the ComStack to at least be aware of, both the intent of the regulatory reform arc and the final report, for the simple reason that the ComStack, just like the ARC, while there's a lot of similarity in composition in terms of the members, it's not inclusive on either side. So I think so to the extent that some of the ComStack members, well, I'll leave it at that. So I think that would be one advantage. But the reality is the ARCs and FACAs operate in different sets of rules. So on an ARC, the FAA can accept the recommendations that the ARC provides or not, obviously with explanation. And the FACAs operate somewhat differently. I mean, even at the end of the day, while the government is more bound toward the recommendations of federal advisory committees, there has been precedent where, for whatever reason, an agency has said, understand the recommendation, but it is impossible to implement for the following reason. So again, I don't want to come across as sounding like a bureaucrat. I will make a commitment to the ComStack to figure out, how and if we can do this, just in view of where we are in this particular day and time. For those who have not been part of the regulatory reform ARC process, industry was and remains, I think, quite interested in trying to help the government formulate this revised rulemaking for launch and reentry licensing. That said, and we understand it and certainly appreciate it, and really, really appreciate the high quality content of the ARC recommendations. But, we are in such a restricted, and the ARC has heard this so many times, so don't, bear with me one more time, because of the compressed time frame that we have on this rulemaking activity. And it is extraordinary to be given a direction in February from the Space Council, have it immortalized in a directive, and have to produce a notice of proposed rulemaking in less than a year. It's extraordinary. So time frames alone don't allow for negotiated rulemaking. And the second item that our legal folks were adamant about was that in order to allow the ARC to continue to engage during the rulemaking process, it could potentially disadvantage entities who were not part of the ARC and put the FAA in a position potentially to be sued because the process was not inclusive, was not transparent. So, all of that to say, I know that because of all the work that was done in such a short amount of time by industry to provide such a comprehensive list of recommendations, and there's a genuine desire to want to help, there's just factors that preclude that from happening. And we continue to try, certainly within the FAA, to figure out, there may well be a point where we ask the ARC to come back together because there's something else that has occurred, or we've come across an issue that's flat out not resolvable and we have to pull back together. But anyway, I've kind of wandered wide and far. I will just sum this up by saying I'll go back on this item that Eric teed up and Mike that you've indicated, and we can talk a little bit about, once I can understand how we might make this happen, and we'll come back and advise the ComStack membership.
Dee, doesn't the NPRM process still hold, though? And so doesn't that give a wider, view to the issue, which should, I'm not going to speak for any lawyers, but should at least assuage some of their concerns about pushback from industry?
Yeah, I'm not going to weigh in on the lawyers' behalf either, but yeah, I think there is recognition of that, certainly, the public comment period, any and all. But, again, I'm not a lawyer. I can't, yeah. But a fair point.
I mean, I think legally you're right, Livingston. It's just the big nature of it is the issue going in. So,
legally correct?
Exactly. Legally correct, but not substantively sufficient. Any other questions, comments in terms of what the ComStack should be tackling from the perspective of industry? Oscar.
Yeah, Mike, I know this is a reconstituted ComStack, but back to the space support vehicles. issue that when we left it off a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago, it was on the table. It was a priority for AST. In the industry today, there are spaceports today, and there are operators of vehicles who are not capable of extracting revenues from supporting space missions, whether flying payloads or people. There are two bills, one on the FAA side, the reauthorization bill, and another one on the AST side, where systems and vehicles on both sides, FAA and AST, would be allowed to fly payloads and people for revenue. Spaceport would have activity. Communities would be happy with their spaceport investment. What would be, or when would it be a good time to reinsert this conversation and ask AST to work together with FAA to define what those support missions look like, what's the criteria? Because there is a tremendous business lost every week, every month from both spaceport and operators not being able to capitalize on space support vehicles.
I want to ask Glenn, is Glenn still here? So, Oscar, I apologize. I don't have a ready answer on that. I hoped our guy that focuses on that was around, but I'll take an IOU and get back to the ComStack.
I just wanted to bring the conversation
Yeah,
back
fair.
to the table. No
Fair.
urgency, but
And
it's an industry concern.
I'm aware of the issue. I'm a little disadvantaged because I'm not completely aware to what extent it was in front of the ComStack previously and what the direction was there. So I apologize.
Thank you.
If memory serves, we had OFRs that supported fixes in the past there, Oscar. And certainly, again, while AST has laid out what they would like us to respond to, there's nothing preventing you from developing your own OFRs on these topics to express ComStack's position or concerns over the issue, what it's worth. Other comments, questions in terms of what we would like to see ComStack deal with in terms of industry?
That and the tail would like the Terminator to get to them.
Dale? No? Good? Okay. Going once, going twice? That being said, we've been doing a lot of talking. Now our opportunity is to turn it back to you, the people, for public comment. So if anyone, do we still have someone with a microphone? There we go. If there is anyone with a public comment, please raise your hand. We will bring the microphone to you. Let's start here.
Thank you. Captain Joe DePete again from the Airline Pilots Association. For those of you who don't know, you mentioned it a couple of times. Definitely interested in number 2 and 4 up there, up on the list, and I think we can help. We represent 60,000 pilots at 34 airlines in the United States and Canada, and we operate, a lot of people don't know, but one of the largest non-governmental safety and security organizations in the world. 450 pilots that are schooled in the areas of just about everything to do with safety and security and pilot assistance, as well as a full-time engineer and air safety staff. And I'm going to ask you, I think from what I've heard throughout this is that I'm really excited. I'm really excited about this. I remember the days when I was a kid watching the space flights, and I heard a lot of the speakers kind of reflect on the same kind of feeling. And so what I'm hearing is that it seems to me it would be very beneficial to have a conversation, right, with certainly aviation, commercial aviation, and commercial space kind of evolved together, I think, in one point, or one was an offshoot of the other for sure. What can we do? What can the Airline Pilots Association do? I think that having a dialogue or hosting dialogues amongst the various stakeholders, because it seems like in the ARC process itself, and we're involved in all the ARC processes, there's a bit of pressure right there. But I think it would be beneficial for us to hear one another, so that when we get in situations like that, that we understand, what the language is. So, any comment on that? How we might be able to help?
Of course.
Joe, thank you. And we certainly appreciate ALPA's support on the ARC. So I mentioned earlier today when we were talking about the sharing of safety data, I was looking directly at you because ALPA is part of several efforts that the FAA has refined over the years to enable that the de-identified sharing of critical safety information. And and the reason I'm coming back to this, and I know that there are the differences between the space operators and et cetera, but I think there is so much there. I mean, there's systems, there's processes, there's ways of communicating suggestions and stuff that I think, Joe, to answer your specific point, you know, having ALPA be able to present on things like CAST and augment the discussions on ASIAS and other things like that, I think would be enormously helpful. And you're giving it from a perspective of people that, you know, they live and die by that kind of data, literally and figuratively. So I think that would be one area. I think, you know, again, there's been a general kind of reference several times about the need for education, you know, again, because now this ComStack does have entities on it that are not space. And then I think, you know, I would certainly not hesitate to call on you because you guys do a really great job of the education. And I think finally, when the ComStack starts thinking more about in the future, and certainly when AST starts thinking more in the future, you know, again, right now we just worry about public safety, but it doesn't completely shut out the fact that there may be a future where we're talking about a more similar model, where we're worried about the humans that are part of that transportation system, where we're worried about the vehicles themselves. And so again, I think as we have those conversations, you know, that's another area that just strikes me that could be very helpful. And we brought the aviation folks in here to do a couple things, different perspectives, but it's you know, certainly the pilots that are there that are having to respond to the airspace closures that and talking to your operating centers that Dan was talking about, you know, and so I think, you know, it's going to be an education for you guys as well, but we'll look for your voice to help, you know, eliminate some of those areas that are not maybe fully understood. And maybe while I'm on that point, there was a request about Rich DeVello asked about going up to the tech center and having a look at some of the technologies that we're integrating into the national airspace system. I think, you know, from a user perspective, it's one thing to manage airspace. It's a very different perspective, I've learned over the years, to hear it from a user's perspective.
Well, if I could add along those lines, Captain, it'd be interesting, you heard the discussion, and if you understood it all, you're much smarter than I am, but this alternative acceptable level of risk discussion about, you know, how much the accepted probability of a casualty is between 1 10 to the minus 6, 10 to the minus 9. You know, Oscar mentioned it's a little hard for us to get our arms around the equities, and I'm just curious if you can, off the top of your head, say what your organization might think about that trade between, you know, lower, I would say less deviations and higher risk.
Yeah, I think that would be an integral part of the discussion, because that's the discussion we had in the back of the room before, what the impact of that would be. And I think that's why I think it's really important for us to have that dialogue. And Oscar, I want to say to you, you know, you spoke very eloquently about this, and I think the point that you were making is that, you know, we talk about the concern about competitiveness and preserving that with the use of the safety data programs, because I think safety data programs can be the bridge over there, because we've been so successful with that. But you mentioned something, and I think it just it hit me, because it's something we say all the time, is that we don't compete on safety, right? That's not what we do. We collaborate on it. We collaborate on it, and to everybody, to different degrees from different organizations, contribute in their way. But in a sense, it creates a whole, versus, you know, trying to look at it that way. So I think the words that we choose are important. And you know, I've got two fantastic. One is an air traffic controller here who's had that. We had that experience about what 10 to the minus 6 versus 10 to the minus 9 really means in terms of having your own carved out piece of airspace versus us being together. And I think that's why I think it's important to have that dialogue and talk about methodologies and mitigations that we might be able to put into place. If we understand one another, I think that's really the key. You know, I mean, there's a lot of people competing for airspace these days, right? So.
As a listener to this conversation, I hearken back to the days where we would often have, I'll call them guest speakers, or you know, experts that were outside of our little world come in and help us understand the rest of the world. I would hope that at least perhaps through the safety working group is my guess is where the target is, Oscar, that we could hear your voice in an educational fashion.
Absolutely.
Where you could help us understand. Now, it's not a quick conversation.
Right.
Because this is a long process. You've been involved for years. You've probably taken tax and turns over the time. But that experience would be extraordinary for us because we don't have it.
We agree because, I heard so many things during the day. I mean, we could be here long after happy hour. I heard so many good things. We have a tremendous educational effort. In fact, our strategic goals for our organization, number one is our highest priority, safety, security, pilot assistance programs, okay? We hold that in the highest regard. Ahead of pilot representation. So in effect, our pilots are saying that's more important to them than their contracts. That's huge to hear a pilot say that, right? But also the future of our profession, right? And I could see parallels here to where we could work together, really. Because, we're, in a sense, I go back to the beginning of what I tell you when I was younger and I saw the excitement surrounding the space program, is that, and a couple of people, I think it was the congressman earlier that mentioned that he thought it was going to be some kind of catalyst that would, reawaken the energy again.
That's how we control timing.
Worse than the Oscars.
It's been allotted.
But I'm just saying, I think there's a tremendous opportunity for working together for common solutions with a shared, we call it in the cockpit, a shared mental model. I don't have the expectation of walking in a cockpit and having a first officer, and I've been flying for 37 years, that first officer is going to feel the same way I feel about everything. We do that, So I think that's the path, and I think 60,000 pilots, spreading understanding, and they understand they can be really great at it.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about it. We're here about it. But we're all sharing the same energy. So, yeah, we're really eager to serve any way we can. And like I said, we have an incredible engineering air safety department. And oh, by the way, we're coming out with a white paper about a week on commercial air safety. So please look for that. And we hope to have a few meetings here coming up to try to get as many stakeholders together as possible to begin the dialogue. I think if we understand one another, that's the path.
And while we're asking you to solve the world's problems here, I would just add to, and this goes back to a previous comment, dispute resolution. Dispute resolution. That when there are differences of opinion between the aviation wing and the space wing in terms of how we're going to cope with an issue, again, I have grave concerns relative to the size and influence of the commercial space industry relative to aviation. And I think that's a David and Goliath setup. Again, one of the things I think this committee needs to look at is how do we, again, ensure an equitable and holistic view. And to the extent you've got ideas as to how we can do that and make sure there's a meeting of the minds and come to the right decision for both parties, I think that would be eminently helpful.
Well, I think one of the steps, and I'm not trying to cut you off, but I think some representation on the part of the person would be a good step to give the voice and work together on that.
Can you speak up?
So I think that could be one of the ways to possibly do that.
There we go.
I'm really
Oh, there
going
we
through
go.
microphones pretty quick here today. But I think that would be a way to have that dialogue to discuss how we would do that. What's the best way to do that? But the first thing to do is continue to talk to one another, I think.
Well, the airspace will be easy now that we got the microphones fixed, so.
Right.
I think we had one more public comment.
Thanks, Mike.
Aaron? Yeah, no, thank you.
Good luck with that.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure seeing y'all, everyone again at ComStack. Great job leading again, Mike. Congratulations. As well to the other Mike. Congratulations to you as well. And all the new members. I'm here today very briefly on behalf of the Space Frontier Foundation. The reason I wanted to speak is, for those who don't know, we are doing a major study with Deloitte to look at how big the industry can grow. I think I speak for a lot of us at least when I say, you know, we're happy to see rockets fly, you know, when they fly right now, but we got in this industry because we want to see launches happening every day, thousands of people in space, thousands of, you know, trillions of dollars in business, all those kinds of things. So we're working with, we've started a $1 million study with Deloitte to start looking at how big can the industry grow. And the specific area we're looking at is disruption. What happens if all the various proposals out there that would, you know, lower launch costs come to fruition? What happens if there's a sudden demand increase for space station development and deployment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And so I'd love to encourage everybody to help us out on this study. Our first workshop is going to be at New Space at the end of June. We'd really love to hear from, I've already talked, I'm sure we've invited a bunch of you already. Those of you who we have not invited, I'd gladly have every one of you at the workshop, because we want a robust study so we can actually validate the belief we have in this industry. Because the more we have that, the more that'll help financing, the more that'll help grow the business, the more that'll help figure out how to handle everything from your favorite topic, Mike, with ITAR, to dispute resolutions, to all those, you know, and let us have those millions of people in space. So I'd love to encourage everybody to participate in that. I'm happy to talk about this offline with other people. We're going to be having many of you people at the, as I say, we've invited a bunch of you already, I'm sure, to the workshop. It's going to be at the New Space Conference, and I hope everybody can help us out with this.
Let me second your invitation, because it's in Seattle at the end of this month, and so I'd love to have you folks join me on my side of the country. But I think the thing that kind of caught me about this study is it's not just, oh, what's the industry doing, how's it growing, let's put some numbers to it, but it looks at disruption and says what happens at the edge of this event horizon, because I think fundamentally we will change this ecosystem, and it will change space business as our capabilities grow. And I think it looks at the growth of the industry from that disruptive standpoint, because it's like the iPhone. Before the iPhone, a lot of things that couldn't have been imagined now exist. You know, so it's like, well, I wouldn't have known that I needed a heart monitor that was tied to my wrist that talks to my doctor and helps me with a latent problem that I have. You know, well, you didn't need it, but you actually needed it, but you didn't know how to make it happen. So I think, I hope that the conference is well attended, and I hope we as a collective industry can provide good input so that we get some new results other than just the industry's growing this size year over year. That's what I'm looking for out of it.
Certainly encourage members to attend. Thank you for those comments, Aaron. We had another comment from the audience, ma'am. We got our microphone? Okay.
Hi. This is Diane Howard from Embry-Riddle and the International Institute of Space Law again. I just want to say thank you so much for touching upon so many issues that we've included in the conference that we've been putting on now since I think 2013 or 2014, and so many people here have participated in that conference over the years. So this is just music to my ears. To see NAS integration a part of the ComStack conversation is, for me, earth-shattering. I love it. And also to talk about some of the disparities in safety metrics. So I'm really, really pleased to see this. I just want to let you all know that we are going to do the conference this year, but we're going to do it a little bit differently. And because I think these issues are more relevant than ever to this particular community and the stakeholders that are present in this room, we will be co-hosting it with UT Austin, Dr. Marie Bajaw, some of you know. And we're not going to do it in November or in January. We're deconflicting it. We're going to do it after the FAA AST conference and also after Science and Technical Subcommittee, because there's going to be some things that go on with the orbital coordination part of it. So again, the conference is going to include user perspectives, NASA integration, and also the orbital coordination. And I just wanted to let you all know you'll be getting save the dates from us in the near future. So I will barrage your email addresses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane. Over here.
With the Air Traffic Organization, I just want to clarify one thing. I heard that ALR represented a higher level of risk, and that I hate for anybody to walk away with that, because that's not correct. That's not. It is a different parameter, but we have continuous presence and collective risk have altered the math behind it. So we are still at the same risk level, so there's no heightened risk. And I really just wanted to make that point and make sure that's clear.
Appreciate that. Other comments from the public?
I'm allowed to be part of the public. Sally Froge, I'm with the FAA. With the comments on the ARCs and looking at the ARCs and the recommendations and getting ComStack feedback, which is now both space and aviation, I'd just like to suggest maybe also incorporating looking at all the UAS ARCs that are also ongoing to make sure there aren't competing interests from your perspective collectively at ComStack, if that's appropriate. That's it.
Thanks, Sally.
And let me just add, in addition to the ARCs, I believe the UAG will be meeting for the first time. And I think that there should be an interaction between us and the UAG. We heard from Scott Pace, and we'll certainly follow up with that as well. So I think the point is well taken. Other comments from the audience? Okay. Hearing none, before we break, I do want to take a moment to thank Kelvin Coleman. That it is his leadership and vision is why we are all here. I view it as our jobs to make sure that Kelvin and his office are as successful as possible. And I'll tell you, I think industry is a great relationship with AST. And I can't say that for a lot of the other regulators that I see. That doesn't happen by accident. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of backbone. That's a lot of effort. So let's have a round of applause for the new leader of the AST, Kelvin Coleman. And before we run out of applause, I want one more round of applause for someone who's not at this table who helped make all of this happen. Thomas Marotta, our DFO. Thomas. And again, thank you to the ComStack membership. I know we're all very busy people, and this takes up a lot of time. But per the level of speakers that I think we got and that you saw today, the committee is being taken seriously, and I think that our recommendations will be taken seriously. So I believe that the time is well worth it. Let me apologize in advance to the working group chairs and vice chairs that we will be hounding you. That's really where the rubber hits the road relative to the work and the production of OFRs of the ComStack, and just how much I really look forward to continuing to work with you folks. Again, I really do consider this group and even all of you in the audience family. And let me say thank you most of all for getting me out on time for my son's Little League Championship game. So I really appreciate the support on that.
So if I could, maybe to have Mike and Mike, okay, to thank you both for your willingness to continue this good work, and what a pleasure it is to see some familiar faces and meet all of you who have just, up until today, many of you are just names on a sheet of paper that I've been looking at for many months. So I look forward to our working together and to making great progress. Thank you all for being here today.
We're one step short.